Ah,
Yeah, man. That's what I
that's
was
hot
saying,
shit
man.
right there,
You know what I'm
man.
saying? So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
opportunistic, careerist, elite media hacks, and the rest of the public, which is lapping this article up and having a whole lot of fun with it as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to the original segment. Welcome to Pushback. I'm Aaron Mate. In recent years, we have been flooded with a wave of fear-mongering that supposed Russian interference poses a major threat to Western democracies.
This is not part of American politics. This is not, partisan warfare between Republicans and Democrats. This is international warfare against our country.
Imagine if FDR had denied that the Japanese attacked us at Pearl Harbor and didn't react. That's the equivalent.
Well, it's a bit of a different thing. I mean,
no, it's not.
They didn't kill anyone.
They didn't kill anyone, but they're destroying our country.
You really think it's on? You think it's on par?
Not in the amount of violence, but I think in the seriousness, it is very much on par. This country exists to have a democratic system with a small d. That's what the country's all about. And this is an attempt to destroy that.
We have been invaded in such a subtle way because we don't see planes hitting the buildings. We don't see bombs dropping in Pearl Harbor, but we have been invaded, as Malcolm points out. We are under attack, but we don't feel it. But it's like walking around with high blood pressure, and then all of a sudden you're not aware of it and you drop dead. Mm-hmm. So it's insidious, and it has affected our bloodstream. And if we don't do something about it, and that's why, guys like John Brennan and James Clapper are running around with their hair on fire because they're trying to wake people up to tell them that we have to do something about it. We have to protect ourselves. And if we don't, our 241 years of democracy and self-governance will start to collapse.
On top of the U.S., Russia's other main accuser is the British government. This, for example, is the then Prime Minister Theresa May speaking in November 2017.
It is seeking to weaponize information, deploying its state-run media organizations to plant fake stories and photoshopped images in an attempt to sow discord in the West and undermine our institutions. So I have a very simple message for Russia. We know what you are doing, and you will not succeed.
Well, now, thanks to an extraordinary set of leaks from inside the British government, we have a damning window into what Britain is doing to Russia. Files from the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office show that the British government has enlisted major media outlets, including Reuters and the BBC, to participate in a series of propaganda campaigns aimed explicitly at weakening Russia. My colleague at the Gray Zone, Max Blumenthal, has a story in a new piece. It is called Reuters, BBC, and Bellingcat Participated in Covert UK Foreign Office-Funded Programs to Weaken Russia, Leaked Docs Reveal. Max, welcome to Pushback.
Good to be with you.
So this story you have is sort of the reverse of all the Russian fear-mongering we've been hearing for many years from NATO governments about sweeping Russian disinformation and interference in Western democracies. Talk about what these documents contain.
Well, these documents appear to relate to programs that were designed and funded through the British Foreign Office's very shadowy counter disinformation and media development department, which I think sprung up as a result of the intrigue that took place on British soil around the Sergei Skripal poisoning and Theresa May's address, which was obviously drawn up for her, the MI6, the British intelligence services. And since late 2018, we've been learning a lot about the activities coming out of this department, the CDMD of the British Foreign Office, because of these leaks of documents. The British Foreign Office is blamed on Russian hackers. Of course, who else would do it? And it's very possible that Russian hackers did obtain these documents. They were probably obtained through kind of phishing operation where some idiot just put in their email password and then they all leaked out. But I don't know the source of it. What I do know is that the public has been learning a lot about British activities vis-a-vis Russia. And in this case, I think these are some of the most significant leaks that we've seen since the Integrity Initiative, a covert British Foreign Office funded military intelligence run troll farm and media influence network was exposed in December 2018. We wrote about it at the Gray Zone in 2019. And these initiatives that I just wrote about, reported on, are directly related. I mean, it's under the auspices of the same shadowy department. And here we learned that the BBC and Reuters, two of the biggest media organizations on the planet and the most esteemed, were functioning basically as intelligence cutouts and putting bids out for basically proposals solicited by the CDMD of the British Foreign Office, calling for weakening the Russian state's influence, helping the UK Foreign Office get its message out to Russia, and to cultivate influence networks within Russian media and in Russia's near abroad in the Baltic states and Eastern Europe and Central Asia. These are remarkable documents. And it goes well beyond the BBC and Reuters. We see other media organizations enlisted, including Bellingcat, you've written about extensively with respect to the propaganda that they've blasted out around Syria and chemical attacks. But here we see them, according to one document by a British intelligence contractor, the Zinc Network, being essentially enlisted to interfere in the North Macedonia election, which would determine whether this new country would become a part of NATO and the EU. And they're brought in to conduct training for apparent pro-NATO media outlet called the MOST Network inside North Macedonia. But then you have Reuters training hundreds of Russian journalists to produce, quote, attitudinal changes to make them more pro-British, and then to send them back to Russia or to countries in Russia's periphery to produce pro-NATO media. You have documents showing British intelligence contractors working in a consortium with the BBC or Reuters to actually go into Russia and establish networks of YouTube influencers to pay them covertly to help them shape editorial content, or to actually take pre-existing networks like Medusa, which is a very popular media outlet among Russian opposition supporters, and or Media Zona, which is
I don't know if you guys are getting this, because these guys talk really, they expect you to know what they're talking about, so they don't explain much. But they did an addendum to this. I'm gonna talk about it afterwards, but they did an addendum to this that's funny.
Well, to discuss. Max, when you saw this warning, first of all, have you seen this kind of warning before?
I've never seen this warning before, and I don't think anybody else has, and that's why it's become a viral meme. I mean, this article is getting shared at a rate of like 5 times a minute, maybe more, by gamers who are just memeing it, because anytime you put the link up, you could add any photo or GIF or video you want, and then at the bottom of it, it says these materials may have been obtained through hacking. So it's just absolutely hilarious. But no, I've never seen it before, and now it's become clear that this was part of the policy established in October in order to block people from seeing the New York Post story on Hunter Biden and his corruption in Ukraine, which was also completely factual and was the result of basically Democratic Party elites just telling Twitter, like, this is going to help Trump win the election, and you don't want that on your hands, so just censor it. And that's what they did. And in this case, they're putting a warning label to try to scare people away, and it's completely backfired and turned the article into a meme. This is our first Gray Zone meme article. It's like it might as well be like the Dogecoin of articles, except it's like really reliable because it's just like a real true thing. And our site traffic is overloaded. I mean, it's our number one day on the internet. So thanks, Jack.
So let's talk about why they may have targeted this article specifically. It exposes a massive propaganda campaign by the British government and some major media players like Reuters and the BBC being involved. But also, I think the outrage here on the part of whoever is behind this attempt to stigmatize it is that it also exposes the imperial hypocrisy, because for the last 4 years, we've been hearing nonstop that Russia poses this existential threat to Western democracies by interfering with its social media bots and email hackers. And here you have leaks from inside the British government showing that Britain is doing to Russia exactly what it constantly accuses Russia of. And I think that narrative is unacceptable to the powers that be, and hence this need to stigmatize this article. Because again, when this article came out, there was no such label, and it only appeared a few days later after its release.
Yeah, they created the article, just the label just for my article. I feel really special, but the article certainly threatened the imperatives of the UK and US national security state and all its imperial tentacles, which are extending eastward. It clearly freaked people at Reuters out. I mean, we basically exposed the largest news network in the world, Reuters, as a intelligence contractor for the British state to conduct covert activities which are aimed at conducting information warfare on Russia.
Pause. That basically breaks it down. So he wrote an article, and they put a tag on his article that said this information may have been obtained through hacking, and on Twitter they put that on there when he tweeted it out. So what happened was, because of that label, it made the article go viral, and they started making memes and everything. So I mean, basically it backfired because they apparently didn't want people to really read the article. So, they put that label on there. This was obtained through hacking sources. It shows how out of touch these people are, because if you put something up that says it was obtained through hacking sources, I'm gonna click. I'm clicking on that. So I don't know what the hell they was thinking to be like, oh, this was obtained by hacking sources. So it's kind of like, oh, this is unapproved content or whatever. Y'all should disregard on this. How is that unapproved content or disregarded if it was approved by hacking? That's not saying it's not true. That actually says that it's some information that didn't have no intention of getting out. I don't understand. What's up, Pat?
What's up?
What's up, man? You was listening to that little video I was playing, man. I was having technical difficulties at the beginning. I don't know. My computer completely froze up and shit. It's probably my fault. I need to do some deleting. I think I got too many files. But anyways, go ahead.
I said that's a new computer, man.
I know, but I do a lot of deleting. And like I was telling y'all, I need to go do that shit right now while I'm doing this show. But those files that I download from the show, we do like 4 or 5 hour shows. And it's audio and video. It takes up a lot of space on the computer. So I download the shows. Like I think there's only 3 full shows on my thing right now, but I did quite a few chops of those, and I haven't exported all of them and uploaded them yet. So they are taking up space. So that with the files that I downloaded, I think is what's doing it. Yeah. This computer just can't handle. It don't have the space for it.
Gotcha.
What was you did you check out this? Did you hear any of this video right here?
I don't recall. I got bombarded with videos this week.
No. I didn't send this to y'all. This is just a spur of the moment. I saw this today. Anyways, they're talking about this guy from the Gray Zone. He wrote an article, and it was basically exposing Reuters and BBC, factually, that they're basically giving a lot of propaganda related to Russia. So they slapped a little warning label on his tweet. He tweeted the article. They slapped a warning label on there that said this information could have been obtained through hacking sources or something like that. And so, but that label caused the damn tweet to go viral, and now they're making memes out of it. I just thought it was interesting. I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time on this, but this is an example of the media, like I was saying before, wartime propaganda, and then Reuters, like he said in the video, Reuters and BBC are very I respect those outlets, and I watch the shows and stuff that comes off of there, and they're supposed to be a bit impartial or whatever. You know what I mean? Not left, not right, just facts or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We know it's not true, especially with the BBC. We know that, but that's the image that they have in the world, if that makes any sense. Like they're more trustworthy than a lot of the other networks.
The mainstream,
basically,
yeah.
The other mainstream ones that they don't really just have a straight up narrative. But this article he wrote exposes that they do have a narrative related to Russia. And apparently they didn't like that too much. So, but the whole thing backfired because the whole thing went viral.
Wow. The things that happened, because this came out when? Today?
Yeah, I think it was today or yesterday. Very, very recently. Yeah.
That's some shit. So, yeah, that's my first time hearing about all of this. But, seems pretty strange. I mean, especially with the hacking part. That's
Yeah.
Why would you putting a label that it was something?
Why would you do that? Like
why
I
not
said,
lie again and say? Why not lie more and say that this is some disinformation?
Right. That would make a lot more sense. Because, like I said, if you say this was obtained through hacking sources, I'm clicking, bro. You had me at hacking sources. I'm clicking on that, bro. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there like me. You put a label like that, I'm clicking, bro. I'm absolutely clicking on that. You know what I mean? I got to know now. I have to know what they're talking about now. I was gonna scroll past the shit, but now I have to click. You know what I mean? I don't understand. I think that I really don't get it. I don't get it. Like, part of me want to say it just shows how out of touch they are, but I know these people aren't dumb. So that's where I lost, because what I'm lost on that. I don't know what to say.
I'm kind of stuck myself because what angle could they be using?
Yeah, what are they? What are they? They had to know. I mean, they had to know. This label ain't never been used before, is what they were saying. They had to know. You slap a random new label on a tweet that it's gonna have a reaction. We live in the internet. We live in the age of like the opposite. We live in the age of like, trolls blow up on the internet. You know what I mean? People who, make fun of people get. I can't even find the words I'm looking for, but the internet is the opposite. People they say, it looks like they're saying nice things to you, or they'll like your post, but really they're making fun of you. That's the internet today. I mean, it is what it is. How come they couldn't know that? I know they know that.
I know, that's why it's so weird, because I can't really imagine what really they want the world to know
or don't know, because they just drew attention to this article. Maybe deep down they wanted people to read it. Let me play just the last little part, because he said basically Can y'all see this? Oh shit, my bad.
World, Reuters, as a intelligence contractor for the British state to conduct covert activities, which are aimed at conducting information warfare on Russia. Reuters, I mean, we'll talk about it in the next part of this conversation, which we had yesterday, more in detail. But Reuters was basically training networks of Russian journalists, cultivating them as influence networks inside Russia and in Russia's near abroad in order to, quote unquote, weaken Russia. It says that in a UK FCO document. And the British Foreign Office, which oversees the MI6, I should mention, was paying for it all.
And it's crazy because they put that label under RT that this was funded by RT, and they have the one that's China, and it's like, this is funded by China, but they're not telling you who's funding BBC and Reuters. It's like the US and Europe, but everybody knows this. But just like RT, I mean, and just like the China network, the label doesn't really make sense. And then, you know, I think all of this is backfiring on them. They having a massive failure is happening because they, you know, the people are like, wait, hold on.
Well, I think there's a lot of failure going around that system, period.
Right.
So.
Right. So they're failing all over.
They're writing stories and not dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Punctuations are fucked up, you know, like just all over the place. But I mean, that's what you get when you got Joe Biden for president.
I don't know about blaming Joe Biden though, but I
I'm
agree
just,
to the most part of what you said.
well, I mean, but listen, but I'm just saying, like the paragraph, the sentences that he makes, and how it comes, you know, the stuff that's going on in his head, but the way it comes out is
be fucked up.
Yeah.
I didn't send this video to y'all this week either. This is Democracy Now, but this is her weekday news, overall news that she does. And this is from earlier today. So I'd like to just play clips and we could talk about it as it go, because she's going to cover a bunch of different topics and we could just talk about it as we go, and then we'll get into the show. Because I didn't send this. Go ahead.
Okay, this is okay, because I don't know. I saw something today. I didn't know if it was. Well, go ahead and watch, because
You may have seen this, but I didn't send this to you. So she's covering a lot of stuff. So let's just I'm gonna pause it as we go.
To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Police in New York are continuing to search for a gunman who opened fire on a crowded subway train in Brooklyn during rush hour Tuesday morning. The gunman fired 33 shots after throwing 2 smoke grenades on the floor of the train. 10 people were shot. Another at least 13 were injured. The New York Times described it as the worst attack in the history of the city's subway system. The shooting occurred in the working-class neighborhood of Sunset Park, which has a large Latinx and Asian immigrant population. Police have identified a 62-year-old man named Frank James as a person of interest in the mass shooting. Investigators say the gunman left behind a bag on the train carrying fireworks, a hatchet, 2 gas canisters, indicating he might have been plotting a broader attack. They also found a U-Haul key. New York Governor Kathy Hochul spoke outside the train station Tuesday.
The people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now.
How's she gonna do that? And you know what's interesting about this story? Wait, did you hear about this? The shooting on the subway?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you a twist you probably didn't hear. The Attorney General of New York got charged with campaign finance fraud or whatever. They're going at his ass. And he was appointed by this lady who was just talking, the New York governor. Guess when they was coming at him? This same day, later this day. Okay, and now this became worldwide news, this event, and that got buried. It's still happening, but they're not talking about it.
You think they will go through that, through all of this just to get people not to talk about them?
Hey, you said it, I didn't. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because the more I saw this story, when I first saw this story, I was like, oh, this is shocking, you know? And then I saw that video about the late, this connects her. This implicates her in a way. She's not in trouble, but the guy she appointed is. So, but she's really close to this. And she should have known what was going on. That's what people are going to say. And there's an election coming. There's an election coming. It's about to come. And there's somebody trying to run for her spot.
Is she a delusional?
She's I think she is. I think she is Democrat. New York always New York always does Democrats. Except for New York's are always Democrats as far as nationally and locally. It's you could consider New York a Democrat city if you want.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm gonna go back to that particular story and play some more of that a bit later because I brought it up. They're not gonna talk about it on this show though.
The Brooklyn attack is just one of several mass shootings that have occurred in the United States in recent days. On Sunday, 2 people died, 10 were injured in a shooting at a nightclub in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. In Indiana, 6 people were shot, including one fatally at a birthday party Sunday in Indianapolis. And 4 people, including 2 teenagers, were shot Saturday in Washington, D.C., near Nationals Park after a baseball game. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Republican Governor Brian Kemp signed a law Tuesday to allow residents to carry handguns in public without a license or background check. We'll have more on the New York subway shooting after headlines.
Did you hear about the ghost guns? I think she's gonna mention it later in the segment. If she didn't just now,
I heard something about it, but I don't. What the hell is that?
You make these guns. You can buy kits online or whatever, and then you put them together at home. They don't have no serial numbers on them. They're untraceable. They're like made out of plastic. They work just fine though. I want to say there was a school shooting involving a ghost gun not that long ago.
How much are they?
Cheap.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has said peace talks with Ukraine have hit a dead end. Putin made the comment during a trip to eastern Russia.
And what is most important, the Ukrainian side moved away from its agreement in Istanbul. Now, the requirement for security guarantees is one thing, and the question regarding settlement of relations with respect to Crimea, Sevastopol, and Donbass are to be taken outside the framework of those agreements. So we are again back in the dead-end situation for all of us.
Putin's remarks came as Russia's preparing a major offensive in eastern Ukraine. Putin said, quote, the military operation will continue until its full completion.
That's what he meant by dead end.
This comes as the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's proposed a prisoner swap with Russia after Ukraine's secret services detained Viktor Medvedchuk, a prominent pro-Russia Ukrainian politician who had escaped house arrest in February. Zelensky offered to swap him for captured Ukrainian prisoners of war. The Washington Post is...
Okay, so the Russian military, some diplomat dude, like they really gonna give a fuck? And then they said he was like what was that? Like used to be a diplomat or something. Like the guy's basically a nobody. Yeah. And y'all want Russia to trade him for a bunch of Ukrainian soldiers that get the fuck out.
is reporting, the Biden administration's considering vastly expanding the type of weapons the U.S. is sending to Ukraine. A proposed military aid package worth $750 million includes money for armored Humvees, Mi-17 helicopters, howitzer cannons, and more drones. All this in addition to the $1.7 billion in military aid already provided to Ukraine by the Biden administration since the Russian invasion.
Now, this should make y'all mad. I don't know why that don't make y'all mad. What about me? What about us?
We've been talking about reparations for a decade, and they still just burning money.
She said something about 1.3 billion. And then she was like, "That was an addition." Yeah,
no,
addition
no. This package is like 750 million.
Yeah,
and
but
that's adding on to the 1.3 billion.
So basically about 2 billion.
Yeah, it's they're 2 billion right now.
I can't get $1. Can I get some love on the price of bread? Can I get some love on the price of gas?
Shit.
Can I get some vouchers?
That's why I need to love at its own shit, some damn diesel.
Can we get some love?
Man, if I tell you how, I don't know, did I mention
a little bit? Go ahead, but you didn't tell us the numbers though. I don't think.
Yeah, my fuel for last week was almost $3,500, like 34 and
for 1 week.
$3,468, some shit like that.
For 1 week.
That's 1 week.
1 week. How many weeks is it in a year? 52? What is it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do the math on that. Three. Let's just say 3 G's. So 3 G's, 52 times a year. How much does that come to?
About 150,000.
Nigga. Nigga. That's more than almost everybody makes a year. Yeah, most people don't make that a year. I think the median is like 60, 70,000 a year. Right up in there.
The average is actually around 40.
Okay. So, nigga, that's what? 1, 2, that's 3 times the amount the average person even makes in a year. Whew. We'll play some more.
This comes as the Pentagon's holding a meeting with the top 8 U.S. weapons manufacturers to discuss ways to keep arming Ukraine if the war goes on for years.
Okay, I gotta pause it again. So, she said they're having meetings talking about arming Ukraine just in case the war goes on for years. We want to make sure y'all have plenty of weapons. You know? And I think that reveals what this is really all about. Like, you had the aid package, and we said before, everybody wants government contracts. Where do you think most of that money is going to go to? Private contractors. You know what I'm saying? All that money isn't going to go towards, the actual weapons. I would say only a percentage of that is going to go to weapons, and the rest of it is going to go to private contractors. And then they're going to still be charging these people for more weapons. You know what I'm saying? And the UN, not the UN, NATO, they are connected to these companies who make those fucking weapons, bruh. They're basically making sure that their stuff sells. Like, how fast can you make bullets? Okay. We're gonna make sure we can sell them hoes before you make them. They sold already. Just keep making them. How fast can you make vests? How fast can you make AR-15s? Bet. We're gonna make sure they sold before you finish making them hoes.
In another development, President Biden's accused Russia of committing genocide in Ukraine. He made the comment during a speech in Iowa about rising fuel prices.
Your family budget, your ability to fill up your tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide in half a world away.
What's your point, Joe? I don't like this clip though, because sometimes they take stuff out of context. Who knows what he said? They end the clip here, so I don't know what he says afterwards. But it just sounds like hot air when you just make that clip like that. Maybe he said afterwards, like, you know,
they do that to everybody.
Yeah,
This is bait. This is telebait. This is just like, I mean, like, of course, none of us know the true context of what he said because we weren't there. But at the same time, this is more to buy people, get people on his side to be like, you know what, let's go full force. Let's smash his ass down and get him out of here. Like, that's what he wants. Because, like, right now, it's like, you have to just aid Ukraine, let them fight their own shit. All right, you giving them some weapons or whatever, all right, fine, but don't send our troops in there. But this is him trying to push for people to get on this, because he's a warmonger. Like, that's what he wants more than anything, is for us to go in there as the United States, and fuck over Russia,
because those contractors are gonna make a killing. Those Boeing, BlackRock, and them, they're gonna make a killing if he does it. So if they can pull that off, so yeah, I completely agree. Warmonger for sure, 100%. They'd love to see this draw out. See, Russia is gonna put this to an end. At least that's the plan, and they can see the writing on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching a video with Bo earlier, Bo from the Fifth Column. And the more I watch him, the more I realize I think he's compromised. But because he was saying, the war is gonna draw out and Russia is gonna start killing civilians. He was like, and this is not sustainable for Russia. And so, he was saying how, taking a city doesn't mean keeping it. And I think he was misguiding his audience, because Russia doesn't plan on keeping Ukraine. Like, that is not the agenda. They never said that. Now, you cannot agree with what he's doing, but he never said he was gonna annex Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason. And then he's talking about the troop numbers. He's like, with those soft troop numbers that he has, he's not gonna be able to achieve that agenda, taking those cities and keeping them. That's not his plan. That's not his plan. He doesn't have a plan to take over these cities and keep them, or he would have sent a full invading ass force. He got a soft ass force in there because he's really trying to go easy on the civilians. But meanwhile, you got the Nazis posting up in fucking apartment buildings and using people as human shields.
Yeah.
Anyways.
In recent months, Russian President Vladimir Putin has repeatedly accused the Ukrainian government of committing genocide in eastern Ukraine, where Ukrainian troops and pro-Russian separatists have been fighting since 2014. India is defending its decision to continue importing Russian energy despite pressure from the Biden administration. During a news conference on Monday, India's External Affairs Minister, S. Jaishankar, pointed out Europe buys far more Russian oil and gas than India.
If you are looking at energy purchases from Russia, I would suggest that your attention should be focused on Europe, which probably we do buy some energy, which is necessary for our energy security. But I suspect, looking at the figures, probably our total purchases for the month would be less than what Europe does in an afternoon. So you might want to think about it.
I love the way people from India use sarcasm. You know, they were colonized by the British, so the white, you know, that sarcasm thing. It's a joke about that. I can't remember. It's like, I'm from Harvard. I understand white people comedy. You think I don't get white people humor? And it's like, it's so funny to me because that sarcasm thing, and that's what he was using right there. He was being humorous with the sarcasm right there. Go ahead. What was you gonna say?
I was gonna ask you, did you see the new ally on the side of Russia and China?
India?
No.
Who?
Saudi.
Saudi Arabia? Oh, what did they say? I don't think I saw that. What happened? Tell me.
This was something I saw yesterday or day before yesterday. And but one of the things that I realized is, like, since that world summit, that world government summit that happened in Dubai, that news came out. I don't know what. Usually I know I would have sent that to you, but I don't think I did. Maybe I did. I don't know. But however, yeah, that's the word.
Well, Saudi Arabia produces a whole bunch of oil.
Well, and that was one of the things too that I remembered, because they're saying that this whole electric technology that they're focusing on is a bit premature. And like, I see the whole agenda, like, United States is really trying to push for that, because they have the technology where they can put their consciousness inside of a robot, and these AI bots or whatever. So it's like they're trying to push for that, and they're trying to act like that's going to be the most moral way to police people going into the future, and they're just like y'all tripping. So they're losing support in other places because of this, because they know the science, just like a lot of us here in America know the science. The CO2 is not really, what's, messing up the world.
Well, I think that the issue with Europe, I think, is that they have really old infrastructure. United States have old infrastructure, but not like Europe. Europe has really old infrastructure when it comes to their heating, lighting, gas, shit like that. So they don't have the infrastructure to even use any kind of these kind of new renewable type of sources of energy. Like they literally cannot do it. It would literally take them like 10 to 20 years or more to be able to do it. Do you get what I'm saying? And a massive investment too, a huge investment.
Yeah, all right, but what's going to happen with these lithium batteries when they're failing and burning up, or whatever failures, because they haven't used it on a mass scale yet? You get, there's a couple of hundred that's going out.
Well, the information about the batteries is coming out. So I think that we're still looking. I think that the people that know are still searching. You know what I'm saying? And the truth is, the technology is there, but buried. I saw some shit about water. There's so many fucking things. If they're saying that I saw a technology where this dude is using radio waves and turning it into electricity straight out of the air, nigga. So the technology is there, and these batteries is not the answer. They have technologies that answer these questions. The problem is they don't have no way to, sell it to you. So
but
they
that's
can
the
sell
thing.
you
They
these
killed.
batteries.
Yeah, because they were just talking about the guy who created the water engine. Not long ago, like a week or two or so ago, I saw they was talking about that guy, and they killed him You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna mess up their profits. Like
The
that's
problem is profit, and that's what I scream all the time. If all technologies, let's say this, all industries should not be profit driven. Real simple sentence. Some things should be for the betterment of humanity. You know what I mean? Period. Like healthcare, there should be no profit in healthcare.
yeah, but I mean at the same time,
Utility services
with the fossil fuels, that's one of the reasons. Like one of the reasons why they're moving away from that is because the Democrats, the more the people that's because I'm sure some of them are invested in fuel, but they started investing in this
renewable
this green, this green
they finna make a
energy.
bunch of money. Regardless, it don't even matter. The science don't matter. They finna make a killing off of this. That's the whole plan. And they already been making a killing. What's his name? The nigga that should have won president against George W. Bush. Gore. Gore been making money off of this since way back then, 2001, 2002. Big checks. Big
Before
checks.
that-
You're not talking about small money. You're talking about big money because they're talking about, they're talking about revamping the whole fucking infrastructure. So again, guess what these are? Government fucking contracts that's gonna go to private contractors that they're gonna get rich off of, that ain't gonna really have no real impact on our energy future. It's just a money grab.
And
That's
look,
what I realize now. They
but
sold
look,
me
the-
on it at first, but go ahead.
I don't know if this was one of the things that you sent, but the way that they have to get the cobalt, the minerals that they use for these batteries and stuff, that there's some cobalt that they have to use along with the lithium or whatever. The way that they have to do it, like there's like 7 and 8 year old kids that they're sending down in mines that they might have 20 minutes of oxygen when they go down, at the most. Like kids are dying because of this shit.
Not only that, they have to use a whole bunch of fossil fuels. There's a whole documentary that breaks this down. What's his name that made Fahrenheit 9/11? He didn't make the movie, but he's affiliated with it, so you could probably use his name to look it up. Because he's the one who promoted the movie. He didn't make it, but it's his style of movie. It's exactly the way he does it. So this guy, I don't know, somehow they're affiliated. And they made a movie it's a documentary, and it explains, how the green energy is not green at all, and explaining how much, because we don't have the technology you have to dig these metals out of the earth.
They're taking.
We don't have the technology to get it out the earth without using fossil fuels. They use a whole bunch of fossil fuels just to get to those materials.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why my whole thing is, of course, that process, but they're just trading off one resource for another. And like they're still using, like while they're trying to use this new resource, they're still using the old resource to be able to get to it. So it's not like they're really saving anything. They're just using more, more mineral, more resources. That's all it is. They're actually using more. And then the question has to be asked is like, how much, how far do you go before you just start to say? Because like some technologies, like you got to be able to just say, all right, man, that would be some cool shit, but this don't make sense. This is not go. You know what I'm saying?
But
we shouldn't do this.
It goes back to the beginning of what we were saying, though. Profit. That's the whole point. Like I said, they could sell you the battery, even though like you only use a certain number of batteries in the lifetime of the car. They could sell you a battery, and they could sell you a couple of them. You know what I'm saying? They can't sell you some shit that's coming out of the air through radio waves, bro. How they gonna justify charging you? They could justify charging you for the battery. They could say we had to make it. We had to go dig the minerals out of the earth. You know what I'm
Bruh,
saying? The companies.
They justify selling us water. The hell
That's
you talking about?
And we live on the ocean.
Man, we got more water on this planet than anything else.
Oh my god!
And look, they can sell Eskimo ice. I'm telling you, bro. Like
So that's what that's what the problem is. That's what we have to face head on. That profit model is the problem.
Yeah.
Let me play some more.
Meanwhile, in France, the far-right presidential candidate, Marine Le Pen, has come out against sanctions on Russian oil and gas. In a radio interview Tuesday, Le Pen said she doesn't want the French people to, quote, suffer the consequences of sanctions. In economic news, the soaring price of energy.
Oh, wait, that's kind of important, too. That was Le Pen. She said she don't want the people to deal with to have to suffer with the sanctions. So they're not going with the whole Russian thing. So they're going to go ahead and take their gas from Russia. Nah, bro. What I'm saying? We're not going to make because those people really depend on it. It's not like the United States is going to step up and they don't, we can't even do it. We don't have the infrastructure to do it. So they, it's like, bro, whatever y'all talking about, my niggas need heat at the end of the day. It gets cold as fucking winter over here. Fuck what y'all talking about, U.S.
And see, I think they forget about the whole thing the government is supposed to be doing is serving the people, and that's the thing that has gotten so far lost in everything is because this everything starts becoming personal to these certain people. It ain't about what's best for us,
right? And look at that. I love that, what you just said, because looking at Russia, it's the same fucking thing. Putin, agree with him or not, he feels like he's doing what's best for his people, for the Russian people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck how the U.S. feel. Fuck how France feel. I'm doing what's best for the people that's over here. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm supposed to do. They put me here to do that. That's my job. So how can you be mad at them for that? And just like Le Pen, how can you be mad at her for making her decision? You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. If you're a just person, you can't. And anyways, everybody that's over there, like I say, the people in Russia are probably like, okay, yeah, we don't want that fucking Nazi shit infecting our shit. Go ahead, Putin. Probably the majority of his people.
But that's the thing. They had a poll in Russia on what Putin was doing, and his numbers since the war, his numbers went up from 30% to almost 70%.
Well, that's not a good use because wartime always makes the politicians look better. Always.
It's not making Biden look any better.
Well, he's not really at war. If he went to physical war,
yes, he is. Well, and most people see him. Most people see him at war because of what he's doing.
If he put troops on the ground in Ukraine, his approval rating would shoot through the roof, and he would win the next election.
No, I don't think so. Because a lot of people here know, especially those that's been paying attention, know what's going on. There's probably very few ignorant people about this whole.
But it's something about that. It's something about that going to war shit. Look at George W. And I like to use him as an example all the time. They was hating on him. His ass liable to got impeached or something.
But you got to think
we went to war. We love George W.
Look, but no, you got to think about the context of how all that stuff. Because after 9/11, even though all that stuff was staged and it was bullshit, when he was going to war, they believed everything he was saying. So yes, get those motherfuckers. They came over here and they got with our people. People now is I was stupid for believing it because we know what they know now. But right now, a lot of people know the truth about what's going on because the internet is a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We didn't really have internet like that back then.
Nope. It had just came out.
Yeah. So You know, yeah, some people might have had it, but it was very rare. But now everybody got internet, so you can get opinions and of views from almost anywhere. So nowadays, you know, people's like, look, don't fall for the okie doke. I'm just look. I love America too, but look at this shit that
I just think it will work. It has worked historically, and I think it continues to work. It's something about it. And it's not just the United States that's like this. All the countries around the world are like this. Once they go to war, they rally behind their leaders. It's just a thing that we do.
The average the average American wants to do right. And if they know that this is some bullshit, they're gonna be like, no, don't go. You know, some people will blindly because they don't truly understand the depths. But man, since Obama's been in office, way more people are more in tune with politics, or at least trying to be.
I think you're giving them too much credit, bro. I think we're the exception. Me and you and all the people, whoever's listening out there, you guys are special. And that's what I think. We're the exception, bro. People want to go to the club. They don't really give a fuck.
I don't know. I say, bro.
I hate to be that way. I hate to be that way.
Well, you know what? But you know what? I mean, I gotta remember too that truck drivers are some smart motherfuckers.
Yeah, bro. You're not a normal person, bro. The shit we be talking about on this show, like I said before, I said in another video, I usually disagree with the crowd, not because I want to disagree with the crowd, but usually because they're wrong and they don't fucking pay attention and they don't read. And me and you agree on a lot of shit, but that's because you have taken the time to fucking read some shit. And that's what I'm saying. The crowd is the majority.
But no, but at the same time, I mean, you got to think about it. All right, the majority of Americans are white people. They listen to a lot of the Rush Limbaughs. They listen to like a lot, you know, even some of the Democrats are listening to these Republican talking heads. I
ain't gonna lie. I used to listen to all of them guys on radio. When I used to be in traffic, I would turn on their radio shows and I would let it play.
Me too. Because I want.
Levin,
I don't want to just hear one side because
I enjoy them too, because they be right about some things a lot of times, and I enjoy the way they come across because they come across more like they care. You know what I'm saying? The fucking on the Democrat side, like they so plastic. Like I know you don't believe the words coming out of your mouth. Like you're not convincing me, bro. You're not very. Obama was an exception. The rest of them are like, bro, I know you just saying a script.
No, he's definitely not an exception because he was. Say, bro, Obama should have got a freaking Oscar.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. My point is, whether he was genuine or not, he came across that way. He was convincing. You know what I'm saying? Like he cared.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most Democrats don't come across that way at all.
He was fake as fuck.
I'm not saying he wasn't fake. He clearly didn't give a fuck, but he was good at he was way more convincing. And that's the same thing I'm saying about those radio talk show hosts.
Yeah. The right wingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and which I really think they do. I think, you know, because I mean, everybody kind of gets it twisted from time to time. You know, you ain't gonna get everything right, and you know, your point of view is based on, you know, where, you know, the things you're seeing or even hearing. So I mean, that's why I give them a little bit of wiggle room or whatever. But bro, a lot of Democrats really are, you know, because they're not open-minded enough for me. I think that, you know what I'm saying, they won't even give Fox News a chance because, you know, they love, you know, the CNN word.
They're the king of cancel culture. So like the internet is dominated by cancel culture. And that's why I be saying all the time, I don't know if you guys see it, but the Democratic side have a lot of money and they pretty much run the show, bro. And so them niggas be on that cancel culture shit, and the whole internet has gotten on that. And it's like, well, this person is such and such, so I don't have to listen to nothing that he says. You know what I mean? Regardless of how valid what they're saying is, it doesn't matter because they've been canceled. You get what I'm saying?
And then and I think that some people make them think too much.
That's what they don't want to think. We don't want that. No, just tell us what the fuck, because that's what the liberals do. That's what the Democrats do. They spoon feed you, bottle feed you. That's what a lot of people want. That's why they're the most powerful, because I think most people want that. They're like, they're sucking on the tit, the teeth.
Yes.
The teat.
The teat. Yes.
Give me more teat.
Foods.
But you know, I mean, I try not. I don't want to be offensive or offend Democrats, because I mean we need them. I mean, they other people. I just really want them to be able to see more than what they've been seeing, because like you're shutting off a bunch of information that could really have you way more aware, because like the shit is really freaking matters. You know what I'm saying? At least have more of a balanced view. You know what I'm saying? Know what, you know, the shit you hear over here in this place, CNN, what you hear, Fox, Reuters, what, you know, BBC, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Don't you need more than one perspective in order to make a good one for yourself.
Yeah. So like make your opinions yourself. If you agree with the talking heads on whatever show you're watching and you're amening them, you might as well just turn off the TV and go to church.
Wow.
Because that's what you're doing. Just do that. Be true with yourself. Let me play some more.
Led consumer prices in the United States to rise by 8.5% in March compared to last year. Inflation is now at its highest rate since 1981, this according to a report from the Labor Department. On Tuesday, President Biden visited Iowa, where he announced a plan to suspend a rule preventing the sale of higher ethanol blend gasoline this summer in a move to lower prices at the pump. Environmental groups warn the decision could lead to more smog this summer. The Center for Biological Diversity criticized the decision, saying, quote, "The ethanol lobby will be happy and kids with asthma will be sicker," unquote. In global economic news, Oxfam's...
How do you feel about ethanol?
You know, I don't know. You know, I always thought of it as being a cleaner way to burn, you know, for fuel, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough about it, because I mean, I'm gonna tell you. You say something about kids not being able. My son has asthma. When I hear that, that's like, oh damn, it's effective like that. So, you know,
it doesn't burn very clean. And what, you know, ethanol's been around a long time. My dad died in like 2002, and he said his comment on ethanol was, he said, what did he say? You can't eat. What did he say? What are you gonna eat? If you make your food into fuel, what are you gonna eat? Something like that. Damn it, I can't remember his exact words. But my brain you know, computes it as, you know, it's not a good idea because it's made out of you know, basically a food. And this is the same stuff that we feed our cows and sheep and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
And we
you
can
know,
eat it.
Another thing too, because I mean, you know, I was driving through Arkansas earlier, and this area that I was going through is like a pretty big farm area. Bro, why is there nothing growing?
That's the problem. And they might have been a cornfield. That's a good example, bro, because they do that. They do that with the cornfields. Corn is really, it takes a lot of nutrients. And it's really hard on the soil. So they'll do those big fields of corn, and then they'll move. The soil's no longer, it's cheaper for them to just go somewhere else. So
but they can grow something at the least. I mean,
who knows? They might have fucked it up with the damn Monsanto
GMO.
Pesticides and shit. So, but that's beside the point. But look, those acres of corn that's going to be used for ethanol. What about all the hungry people in the city? You know,
Yeah.
and that we got fields and fields that's gonna go into somebody's tank. Like, I don't know, that just don't make sense to me when you got starving people.
Well, my thing is like, okay, what they gonna do with our reserves? Why can't we use some of our own fuel?
They said they were gonna add some more. I don't know. Again, money. Why they sitting on all those reserves anyways?
Warning:
Yeah,
over
I thought the
260
reserves
million
should be
people
for
could be
times like this.
Exactly.
pushed into extreme poverty by the end of the year due to the pandemic and rising energy and food costs. Oxfam International said, quote, without immediate radical action, we could be witnessing the most profound collapse of humanity into extreme poverty and suffering in memory.
And I think that is the point.
All on purpose.
And I think that's the whole point. Because what happened was more people came out of poverty than there ever been in the world. And they can't control all these.
People started quitting their jobs, bro, because they done found a new way to make money.
More people came out of we have the most right now. We have the most people that wasn't like ever in humanity. And so the thing is, they can't control all these people. They all got cell phones and shit now. They're like, the fuck? We should have never gave you niggas money. They want to go back to the serfs, bruh. I think that's the point.
Unquote. Oklahoma's Republican governor, Kevin Stitt, has signed into law a total ban on abortion in the state.
We want Oklahoma to be the most pro-life state in the country. We want to outlaw abortion in the state of Oklahoma.
Bruh, this is serious right here. This is what I was talking about before, about this could sweep the whole country, and that's what it looks like is going to happen. And what about Oklahoma, though, specifically? Isn't there a lot of Native Americans there? Don't they go missing all the time? Like, organs and shit? Like, what is it really? This right here is scary right here. Now, this, all this news stories that we've played so far for this show, this one right here is the scariest to me right here. This is scary stuff right here. Scary stuff. Like I say.
Scarier than starving?
Yes. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Like, I could see us going to the 1400s and stoning women in the street and shit, bro. Like, this is fucking...
Man, come
bro,
on,
this is scary, bro. Look at this, bro. He outlawed and
All right, you know what? You know what?
At the birth, no incest. Let me play the rest of this clip and then we talk. Hold on.
The law makes performing an abortion in Oklahoma a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison and a $100,000 fine. Reproductive rights advocates say the Oklahoma law is one of the most sweeping abortion bans because there's no exception for rape or incest, and the ban starts at conception.
Okay. You heard that. That don't sound serious to you.
You know, I'm gonna look. I believe in, choice. God gave it all to us in choice, but at the same time, I think that should allow people to make a better choice before getting pregnant. That a pregnancy that they don't want.
What's up, Doc? You heard that, dude? You heard that law? It said no, even if it's incest, even if it's rape, and at the point of conception, anybody getting an abortion, felony, 10 years in prison, bing, bing, bing. Oklahoma statewide law.
You know, it's gonna have some undercover places that's gonna allow it.
In the state? Well, if they get caught, they're gonna be in heavy trouble. And see, that's the problem. Because now, who's gonna be doing that shit? If somebody is doing it in the state and it's illegal and it's felony, this is the mob. This is the mafia. This is human trafficking. Nigga, that's who's gonna be doing it. And that's a problem. That's a problem. They're gonna be underground shady doctors that's not even a doctor, dirty equipment, charging them all kinds of money. This is serious, y'all. I don't know why y'all don't see how serious this is. Oklahoma,
Because
abortion
I don't
illegal.
see it as serious because all right, if you in Oklahoma or you in Texas, you know you better be smarter about what you're doing sexually. I mean, bro, I honestly like this, you know, like we act like people are too stupid to do like just, you know, why are we saying that people are too stupid not to get pregnant?
Big things start as small things. They didn't start putting the Jews on the trains in Auschwitz right away. It was a gradual in that direction. Okay? That's what this is. That's what this is. You have to see it for what it is. Y'all still don't know Handmaid's Tale, huh? You Handmaid's Tale. You probably still haven't checked that out. Fucking, that's the direction we're going in, and it would totally end up being like a civil war, splitting up the United States. I mean, this is the topic. What's more divisive than the abortion topic?
Say, bro, when you can't feed your kid because there's not enough food being produced, the government shut all farmers or paying farmers not to grow shit. That's to me a bigger issue than that.
I get what you're saying. As you're right, as far as life and limb, eating is way more important than this particular topic. But
and honestly, with the shit the way the world is right now, you probably shouldn't look no fucking. You know what I'm saying? No more kids. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but
look.
realistically in the States, we're food producers. Like, realistically, like you said, we're literally the land of milk and honey still to this day. So literally, if that is not as, but in reality, on the political landscape, what could bring a damn apocalypse type of fucking scenario in the United States would be this fucking topic. This topic. I'm telling you, bro.
No, you are tripping.
You don't understand how powerful. You don't understand how powerful this topic is.
You know what's gonna have people out in the streets killing other people and or trying to rob people's homes or whatever they can, the stores or whatever is available first. Being hungry.
I agree with you, but that's already happening. And it's going to continue to happen as far as niggas that's hungry. We're seeing an uptick in crime. They're trying to make excuses for it, this, that, and the other. It's simply because they robbed a lot of people and people are broke after Corona. So niggas is broke. And yes, it's a lot of guns. Everybody got guns, but they ain't got no money. So what does a dumb person do that don't have no money and a gun? They go try to go get some money with their gun. It's real simple. That's the uptick in crime. It's super, super, super simple. But what I'm trying to say is this is a different thing. This is politics on like the big scale of moving people around on what gets people motivated. Not everybody hungry,
well,
Pat.
See,
and regardless of how bad it get, a lot of people ain't gonna be hungry. A lot of people gonna be good. You gonna be good. I know I'm gonna be good no matter what the fuck happens. I guarantee you that. I have no doubt in my mind. But look, I won't have no power over the politics of the states that I live in. And if the politics go left or right, I'm fucking stuck in the middle of it.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, you know what? You need to get your autonomy secured. Come get down with, you know, a real.
I feel you on that, and that's a couple times you've said that kind of hit me because that's like the out to what I'm saying. So go ahead, I got you. I hear you.
But
I hear you.
My thing is, you know, one I want to point out is that, you know, because a lot of people that was fighting about CRT are a lot of the you know, pro lifers or whatever. So, or either one way or the other, while everybody's focusing on trying to keep CRT out of schools, this is kind of bills they've been writing up in the background.
Doc says Democrats want to allow non-citizen voters in from across the borders. Republicans prefer to breed more citizens. I mean, I guess that makes it sound better. But the result of it is the oppression of women. And that's what the reality of it is.
No. The numbers are down, like they're at a negative birth rate. And anytime, like, yeah, they're rather somebody who is born and bred, Americans, I assume. But, either way, because you sent me the video. I know you saw that whole thing with the immigration stuff, but
I watched all of that.
we dealing with some sick people, bro.
Yeah.
And this and it's more conniving. At least these people are right here in your face saying this. This is the whole farming stuff. Like, most people still don't know that the farmers getting paid not to grow shit, so that we can purposely have more of a reason to starve or to be more.
And they can keep raising the prices on bread and milk and eggs.
Yeah, and they're raising prices on stuff that cost them the same shit as it did 2 years ago.
Yeah. Doc says we're also looking at a direct challenge to RV Wade. That's what I said. The Supreme Court should overturn this one. Fam, I'm telling you, bro. When I saw the story today, that's what was going through my mind, Doc. I was like, how is this not against Roe versus Wade? How is this not, this should be unconstitutional. That law should be unconstitutional just on the premise of the Roe versus Wade.
And it is
precedent.
It is. It's already like that's. Look, if they stand by the words that's in the Constitution, having inalienable rights, then you can, like, the bullshit that the states is talking about is shit, man.
But it don't matter. Look, Oklahoma not the first. I think they're the third. Texas was first. There's another state. I can't remember which one it is. Now you got Oklahoma. So you got at least 3 states. So that's why haven't the Supreme Court said anything yet?
Because nobody took it to the Supreme Court.
I told you the Texas one went there. I followed that thing the whole way. I followed that thing the whole fucking way because Texas did it first. And I was like, the Supreme Court got to fucking put a handle to this now, or this is going to spread across the nation. They didn't. They kicked it back, and look what's happening. I don't think y'all get how serious this is. I'm gonna play some more.
No, I don't get it. I don't see that being as serious as
Gilead. We're gonna, you don't know what I'm talking about, but we're gonna be Gilead.
In related news, Yelp has become the latest company offering to reimburse costs for workers and their spouses who must travel out of state to access abortion care. Other companies offering a similar benefit include Citigroup, Match, Bumble, Lyft, and Uber. The number of known COVID-19 cases in the world has topped 500 million, but that number is believed to be a vast undercount. One recent analysis by the World Health Organization estimates the total number of people in Africa who've been infected may be almost 100 times higher than the official count. Meanwhile, new data from the CDC shows more people died in the United States in 2021 than any previous year due to a rise in COVID deaths. The agency said about 415,000 people with COVID died in 2021 compared to about 350,000 the previous year. In other pandemic news.
Wait, you saw how they flipped that? They said, oh yeah, in Africa, they got way more cases than they say they do. But the United States lost 350,000. like, bruh, so they sick over there, but we dying over here? Come on, bruh.
COVID cases continue to rise in the Northeast and other parts of the country. In recent days, a number of colleges have reinstated some form of indoor mask mandates. The list includes Columbia, American, Georgetown, Johns Hopkins, and Rice universities.
Damn. I really want it
British
to go
Prime
away.
Minister Boris Johnson is rejecting calls to resign after he was fined for breaking UK COVID lockdown rules by attending a party for his birthday at 10 Downing Street in June 2020. Johnson becomes the first sitting British Prime Minister ever to be officially found to have broken the law while in office. Johnson's birthday party was held at a time when the British government was barring residents from visiting sick relatives. British Chancellor Rishi Sunak and Johnson's wife were also fined.
Wow.
New CDC data shows the number of teenagers dying of drug overdoses nearly doubled between 2019 and 2020, then rose again by 20% last year. The CDC found most of the overdoses involved the synthetic opioid fentanyl. The soaring number of overdoses come despite a drop in overall drug use by teenagers in the United States. New York's Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin resigned Tuesday after being arrested on federal corruption charges. He's accused of directing $50,000 in state funds to a real estate investor in exchange for campaign donations.
This is the guy I was talking about earlier.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul appointed Benjamin as lieutenant governor in September after she became governor following the resignation of Andrew Cuomo.
Do y'all understand how that's such a fucking huge mess? And after Cuomo going out, I heard Cuomo's running again too.
Officials in Nigeria say as many as 150 people were killed Sunday when armed men invaded a number of villages in Nigeria's Central Plateau state, opening fire on residents and burning down homes. The attackers are believed to have abducted dozens of people. No group's taken responsibility for the attack. In the Philippines, at least 58 people have died after a large tropical storm triggered landslides and floods in the central province of Leyte and other areas. Dozens of people remain missing. The storm came just 4 months after a super typhoon devastated areas of the Philippines, killing more than 400 people and leaving thousands homeless. Protesters in Sri Lanka are camping out outside the president's office for a fifth day, demanding he resign from office as Sri Lanka faces a growing economic and political crisis. For months, Sri Lanka has faced dire shortages of food, fuel, and medicine. Sri Lanka is on the verge of bankruptcy and announced Tuesday it would stop repaying its foreign debt. And Brazilian presidential candidate Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has vowed to stop illegal mining in indigenous areas and vowed to roll back rules set by far-right President Jair Bolsonaro that open up more land for mining. Lula spoke in Brasilia, where thousands of indigenous Brazilians have been camped out to protest Bolsonaro's policies.
No one has done more than we have in our relations with the indigenous people. And what's serious is that practically everything we've done has been dismantled. All decrees which have been an obstacle to the protection of the indigenous people must be repealed immediately.
And those are some of the headlines.
Yeah, I think this is the heart of everything that is. Y'all heard about the Bolivia guy, the guy in Bolivia. Damn, did I play that clip? Did I play that clip in the other video? Understand that guy is Aboriginal. He's dark-skinned also. You know what I'm saying? And he looked out for the natives, the Aboriginal peoples of Bolivia.
The one that they cooled?
Yes. So that shows you the global agenda that they do. Let me read the comments. Doc says the ultimate goal is to push the idea that life begins at conception, thus making unborn children defended by the Constitution. Woo! So interpretation of the Constitution is what it's gonna come down to, and that's what's gonna happen. I'm telling y'all, the Supreme Court is gonna overturn Roe versus Wade. It's gonna land on their lap once too many states have passed it, and they're gonna overturn it. Doc says more deaths with Democrat mandates and pokes than under the last administration. Yes, that's what they highlighted in the clip. They said that, if you listen to the numbers, the year before 2021, it was like 100,000 less deaths than 2022, I want to say. But then that makes you go, because all the shots, let's be careful here. But the you know,
between 2020 and 2021, because they
No.
don't have the number. They don't have the numbers for.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, but the backs had came out, right? Already. So you would think that those numbers would have went down. They should have. Especially if that thing worked.
If was a fifth.
Maybe it did work. Let's be careful here though. Let me see. I want to change the subject. That guy, the New York guy. Let's talk about him. Because look,
what's going on?
What's up, dudes? Did you hear about that? Did you hear about the shooting in New York on the subway?
No. I didn't hear about it, but I just got a update from YouTube that they think that the guy who did it called in a tip on himself.
Does that not sound Pat? Does that not sound fucking Pat? Come on, bro.
Say, man. Go ahead and say it. Cause
sound crazy as fuck.
Yeah, say, bro. That might have been that the same guy that got in trouble. I mean, it could very well be that same guy that was.
And all they're saying now is they have a person of interest. They didn't say they had a suspect. Then they also said they found a fucking U-Haul key in the bag that was left on the subway.
They know exactly who it is.
I'm finna say a U-Haul key.
And then the fireworks and stuff that's left in the bag, and the U-Haul key that goes
you gotta
directly
swipe
to
your
somebody.
You gotta swipe your ID and your credit card for a U-Haul.
That shit gonna go directly to somebody. So it's like, man, they know exactly who it is.
Let me play a bit of this. They talked about it in this.
Latest mass shooting in the United States. It unfolded here in New York City Tuesday when a gunman opened fire on a crowded subway train in Brooklyn during morning rush hour. The gunman threw 2 smoke grenades on the floor of the train, then fired 33 times. 10 people were shot, at least 23 were injured. The New York Times described it as the worst attack in the history of the city's subway system. Security cameras at the subway station were not working at the time of the shooting, but riders caught some of the graphic aftermath on cell phone video. The shooting occurred in the working-class neighborhood of Sunset Park, which has a large Latinx and Asian immigrant population. Police have identified a 62-year-old man named Frank James as a person of interest in the mass shooting.
Person of interest.
Investigators say the gunman left behind a bag on the train carrying fireworks, a hatchet, and 2 gas canisters, indicating he might have been plotting a broader attack. New York Governor Kathy Hochul spoke outside the train station Tuesday.
The people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now.
Your facelift is
Meanwhile,
disrupting
New
my
York
life
City
right
Mayor Eric Adams, who's isolating at Gracie Mansion after testing positive for COVID-19 this week, said Tuesday he'll double the police patrolling the city's transit system, at least for now, and did not dismiss the idea of installing, quote, something like metal detectors at subway stations. Adams is a former transit cop. This is Mayor Adams on CBS News Tuesday night.
What concerns me the most is what I've been talking about for
stand this
several
guy.
months now, that we have many rivers that are feeding the sea of violence in our city and cities across America. And it's time for all lawmakers to be on the same page. The overproliferation of guns. We removed 1,800 guns off our streets in a little over 3 months, similar to the gun that was used. It's time for us to get serious about the guns in our city, including ghost guns.
This comes as President Biden announced new steps Monday aimed at regulating the untraceable homemade weapons called ghost guns. Tuesday's attack in Brooklyn comes as several mass shootings have occurred in the United States in recent days. For more, we're joined by New York City public advocate Jumaane Williams, who's also running for New York governor. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us, Jumaane Williams. Can we begin? You were there yesterday in Sunset Park, this working class neighborhood of Latinx and Asian immigrants, in particular, many, many essential workers. Can you talk about what you learned and what you understand about?
Wait. Is this the one where she says that? This guy she interviews spoke very eloquently about the situation. He's running for governor of New York. I'm looking for the clip where she says the mayor, like the whole story got overshadowed by the shooting. Hold on, let me see.
It's also being talked about quietly that governor, and not so quietly, Cuomo may be entering the race soon again to run again for governor. But you've put out a housing for all proposal, and I'm wondering if you could be very specific.
I can't. They won't let me see the caption, so I don't remember. I'm sorry, y'all. I really want that clip where she says, I'm gonna just tell you what she said. She said that the shooting overshadowed this. Maybe it's not this video. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. But she said this shooting overshadowed the that guy getting arrested for corruption, basically, in New York. And this has links to that governor lady, and she's up there talking. And, it makes her look good, and it's a good distraction. Let me see. Where the fuck? It must have been in that video because I don't see. I know it was a Democracy Now! Video, so it had to be that one because I don't see no other ones recent. Damn it. So it was that one, but I don't know where it is in the video, and they won't let me see the captions. Damn, that sucks. She mentions it. She says... Oh, this is the headline one. She says, it's kind of weird how, that story was overshadowed. It had to be in this one that we was watching, but I don't know what part. Oh, okay.
What's wrong?
Give me a second, y'all. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got it. I found it. I'll be on my shit. Give it to me. Fuck.
Nigga, you owe me. I just sent you that story. I just sent you that story. You owe me for that.
New York's lieutenant governor, speaking of the state, Brian Benjamin, resigned Tuesday. It was shortly after 5 p.m., but his arrest might have gotten lost earlier in the day in the midst of the news of the mass shooting. But he was arrested in the morning on federal corruption charges, accused of directing $50,000 in state funds to a real estate investor in exchange for campaign donations. I wanted to turn to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, outlining the charges against Benjamin.
This is a simple story of corruption. We allege that Benjamin struck a corrupt bargain with a real estate developer, referred to in the indictment as CC1. Benjamin allegedly directed a $50,000 state grant to a nonprofit organization controlled by CC1. And in exchange, Benjamin received tens of thousands of dollars of campaign contributions from CC1.
he was appointed by Kathy Hochul when, as lieutenant governor, after she became governor following the resignation of Andrew Cuomo. Again, Hochul is now running for re-election, and Jumaane Williams, you're one of her challengers. Can you talk about the significance of these charges? Most people probably, it might have been lost yesterday, given the, global headlines around the mass shooting.
I have to say that there is obviously a presumption of innocence until proven guilty, and the former lieutenant governor has pleaded not guilty. It is always hard, and especially in someone when you see a black or brown person going through this. I do think they have some additional scrutiny on them. But with that said, the charges are really serious, and it's hard to see it. Again, as somebody that and those legal issues are very troubling in a space of time where we've seen these kind of issues come up before.
Right before an election.
What's most astonishing to me is the governor herself saying that she had no idea, even though these issues had come up before, no idea that these legal troubles were going on. That is a key to me, because these are the same things the governor said when she was the lieutenant governor of Andrew Cuomo. And she said she didn't know anything about what's going on when the whole world knew before even the horrors that got him taken down, that it was bullying tactics, the shroud of corruption and scandal that surrounded him that made New York not be governed the way it should be. And to say that again, what it says to me is there's either woeful aloofness that is going on, or embarrassingly, there is some inadequacy and inability to see what's going on in your own space. Or it's worse, you implicitly allowing these things to continue and not saying anything about it. And that.
Okay, that should be enough. Y'all get it. Comments. So my presumption, what I said earlier was, you guys don't shut down my channel. This is a conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory. The whole shooting on the subway was just a distraction for this, because New York is already they've been going through scandal after scandal for the longest. And, obviously this lady is connected, the lady who's the governor right now. And also there's an election coming. So and the powers that be, she was the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor is selected by the governor. So she was picked. That means she was an insider. She became governor after that. So she's an approved person by the powers that be, if you will. Are y'all hearing me?
Yeah.
Yep.
So she's their guy, if you will. So they're, not wanting the public to latch on to this story because it's going to ride on to the election. Seeing the politicians doing something that would possibly hurt people as a distraction, do y'all put that past them? They're too good for that, right? Like that couldn't possibly have happened, right? They're honest with us. They tell us the truth in the news. They don't do false flag events, right? They don't do distractions in the media, right? What do y'all think?
No, why would they do anything like that? Distract us from what? I don't get it.
Real funny.
Yeah, so what do y'all think, though? What do y'all think about that? Like, I think the implications of that is heavy. We had that. It was a death on the subway not that long ago that they made really big news, where it was the guy who was probably supposedly homeless and he pushed somebody in front of the train.
Yeah, that's been a while ago. That's been probably a month ago.
I think it's been longer than that, but
okay, yeah.
yeah. I think it was right after, what's his name, the black guy, right after the election, and not long after his election. He hasn't been in there that long, and he's supposed to be tough on crime. And it was a video I was watching. They were talking about how, you know, you throw. Oh, that was this video. He says it. This guy. He says you throw more money at the police, and you know we know this doesn't fix the problem, and then it just leads to giving more money to the police, and then it's like reoccurring cycle. But they know, and they have evidence because they have done these outreach programs where they've put money out, and they've done these like community outreach, like police programs where the people become more with the police and all of this, and they saw the impact, and also putting money into social programs, housing. He talks about housing a lot in this video, and it brought down the crime. And they said actually overall New York is one of the safest cities, and overall the crime has been down since the whatever time, 2001, 2002 or whatever. They had really bad crime. Even though it's been an uptick, it's still well below those levels. But they want to throw a bunch of cops at the problem, knowing that didn't fix the problem in the past. You know, it's really, like I said before, just those government giveaways, private contractors. Let me read the comments. Doc says, now instead of corrupt government soundbite, they have a gun control mental illness soundbite. Yeah, that gun control clip that she played in there was definitely a soundbite. That was definitely a campaign pitch and all that. I ain't gonna lie, you know. So then, you know, Americans don't take our guns. He says, remember I said about 2 weeks ago that we would have a mass pew pew incident in the next couple of weeks? And I don't think that's it either, Doc. I think we got some more coming in different parts of the nation. It's going to be those, man, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it because I'm not going to say it because I'm not going to put that in the universe, but I get what you're saying, Doc. Anyways, I think I'm going to change the topic. Deuce, you there? What videos did you see that I sent to you that like stuck out to you or whatever?
Okay. What? All right. My bad, bro. I was listening to what'd you say?
I said, what videos that I sent this week stood out to you or whatever? Do you remember or whatever?
Man, I watched one of the videos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't even watch. I ain't lie to you. I ain't even get into all of them, man. Trying to hustle and get back here to the house. I didn't even get into them.
Oh, the one I just clicked on is the Bolivia one. I thought I played that. I don't know, bro.
The Bolivia one? You played that tonight?
No, I haven't. I haven't played that at all. I just looked at my thing, and I know I haven't played it at all for y'all. So, I thought I had played that.
Yeah, man, I didn't even look at none, bro. I got back, hustled to get back in here to the house, man, and I ain't look at none of them. I ain't gonna lie.
That's all good, man.
Swamp.
You enjoying? Well, what they say, the honeydews? So you at the house? You chilling?
Yeah, man. I'm here, and we got here and preparing for the weekend and stuff. So, for the wife's B-day. So, but nah, man. Shoot. Man, work got crazy, dude, towards the end, bro. Like, I literally ran out of my 70 and everything, co-driver. And I both, so we barely made it in here. Had to have somebody come rescue us.
Yeah.
Along with a little issue with the truck.
Yeah, man. You've been having an eventful ass week because you got stuck on the side of the damn mountain. What was that, last week?
Yep. Brand new truck, man. That goes show you. Brand new truck, always missing something.
They make trash now. Everything new is trash.
Yeah. That truck is dated. A 2022 truck, bro. We got it. It had 1,000 miles on it. It's been having issues. So But we made it here. But yeah, man, I gotta look at them, bro. While I'm running around tomorrow, I'm gonna have them playing and listening to them, cause yeah, the only show I may not make, well, probably be two. I probably won't make Friday and Saturday night, cause Saturday night would be in downtown and Friday night. So,
well, have fun, bro. Enjoy time with the missus. Let me read the comments. Doc says Twitch didn't let me post the words mass ootings. I don't want to say it either, so I changed it to pew pew, and it worked. Yeah, that's why I was trying to keep from saying that. He said that's not issues. That's a freaking subscription. Let me read. I don't want to put y'all to sleep, but this is I don't even know what parts, because I watched this a while ago. I watched the whole thing though, and it's really long, so that's why I don't know which parts. But he kind of repeats himself over and over, so hopefully each segment he repeats himself over and over. So, but the Bolivia, the guy in Bolivia, the president of Bolivia, that's the topic of this one right here. And I think a lot of people don't know about it and don't understand about it, what and how it fits in the world global scene. What he was gonna say?
Man, my bad, dude. I had like a afterthought. But the videos that I did pay attention to, that I did watch, was the where are they? It was the one about the blood batteries, and then the video that exposes zero COVID. I watched those two. That you sent those out on Sunday, and then I listened to the Linkin Park, the song.
Oh yeah,
the Linkin Park song. Yeah.
I don't know if I want to get into the song tonight.
And then I need to also watch Doc's video as well that he sent too. Or that was either Doc or Pat. I think that was Doc, because it would say Pat's name if it was from him.
Yeah. So yeah. What did you mention? I don't know. I got lost now because I'm thinking about going over that song. But go ahead.
The blood batteries.
Oh,
the cobalt, them mining for the cobalt and all of that stuff.
Yeah, Pat mentioned that one earlier. And what was the other one you said?
The zero COVID.
Okay, yeah. We're gonna circle back to some of them. I wanted to go into this one though, just because I mentioned the Bolivia guy, and I swear I thought we had talked about him before on the show. I really thought we had, because maybe it was before the show kind of got where it's at now. So. But I don't remember talking in my brain. If I want to say I talked about this guy, but I don't remember talking about this guy. So, but I've been meaning to talk about him for the longest. So, anyways, I'm gonna try not to put you to sleep. I might skip through this because I don't know where the parts are. I think he explains it good here at the beginning, but it's gonna take like 10 minutes. But so I'm gonna probably stop it as it goes.
Focuses on a country that was very prominently in the news at the end of 2019 as a result of a violent, brutal, and savage military coup that removed the country's democratically elected president and replaced it with an unelected right-wing faction, but has since disappeared from the news, despite the fact that democracy has not been restored. And that country, of course, is Bolivia. Now, the first question that I think arises and arose for us as we decided to devote the show to this topic this week, and I think for other people who have heard about the topic as well, is why in the midst of a global pandemic that is capturing the attention of billions of people around the world and upending their lives, combined with an economic crisis brought about in part by that pandemic, as well as in the United States and elsewhere, a inspiring, sustained protest movement against racism and police abuse, is it worthwhile to create this space and time and energy to focus on what's happening in Bolivia? And I think the answer is multiple. First of all, Bolivia is in and of itself an important country, a very important country. It's a country of 11 million people with an extremely interesting and unique mix culturally and religiously and ethnically and racially, where the indigenous population of Bolivia is the majority and yet has spent decades repressed and without power at the hands of a European descendant, wealthy, white Christian minority that imposed its own values in a very repressive way on that country, creating huge amounts of instability. It's also incredibly important because ever since the election in 2006 of Evo Morales as president, it became a thriving, prosperous, stable democracy in a region which has had far too few examples of those kinds of democracies. And that model has been extremely important for the region and for the world. It's also important because it has vital resources that are becoming of increasing importance to the world, particularly lithium, which is crucial for the competition between China and the United States and other countries for things like electric cars. And certainly its lithium-rich status played an important role in the events that led to this coup. But I think most important of all, the reason why it's really worth focusing on is what it says about the United States, what it says about the role of the U.S. government in the world, and for me, even more importantly, more revealingly, more interestingly, the way in which propaganda plays such a crucial role in how our most respected and prestigious media outlets and foreign policy commentators either disseminate propaganda willingly on behalf of the U.S. government and its agenda, or in many cases are simply victimized by propaganda, thinking they're very insightful and sophisticated experts about the world, when in fact, their perspective is extremely distorted.
Yes. I remember when this happened, and that lady who ended up becoming like, I want de facto president after the coup, she came out with this big, huge Bible, and she was like, "This is what we're gonna use to govern. You know, we're gonna get an inspiration from this to govern Bolivia. You know, from now on." And she was a bright-skinned, like dirty blonde lady. When I say dirty blonde, I mean that her hair. So the thing is, okay, aristocracy or plutocracy or oligarchy, if you will. You know what I'm saying? A small group of people that are different from the majority of the people, being the ones that rule it and, you know, basically control all the resources. That's what Bolivia was. In comes Evo Morales. He starts passing legislation that helps the Aboriginal people and brings all these people out of poverty and gives them health care and stuff. And now they're all at the shops. They're shopping next to this aristocracy group. These people are still there, by the way. They're shopping at the nice shopping place, and now they got these Aboriginal people who are in the shop with them. They got a problem with that. That's a problem. We got to get this dude out of fucking power.
Yeah.
You know, and the other thing about this is that, you know, these are brown people. Did you see the picture of Evo Morales? You see how brown he was? He represents the community. He's from the community. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the really important factors of this particular story. Let me play some more.
By their own jingoistic vision in Bolivia, the events in Bolivia of last year through up until right this moment, where there is still no democracy in Bolivia, where the right-wing military coup leaders still govern, really provides a very vivid illustration of how all of that works. And I think it's very worth examining for that reason. To help me do that, joining me in just a few minutes, I have two leading specialists in the region and in Bolivia specifically. One is Catherine Lebeder. The other is Mark Weisbrot, who have played a really important role in bringing the truth about Bolivia to the world. But before we get to those two guests, I just want to give an overview of first the events that led us to where we are in Bolivia, and then also the reasons why I think it's so important to focus on it even at this moment, especially at this moment. Now, as most of you probably know, in October of 2019, Bolivia held a presidential election. And Evo Morales, who was the 3-term president of Bolivia, having first been elected in 2006 and then twice reelected after that in what were as universally regarded as free and fair elections, nobody doubted he was by far the most popular politician in Bolivia, thanks to the indigenous majority, but also growing support in other sectors as well. Decided to run for a 4th term, which was controversial first legally and then politically, but ultimately a court cleared the way for him to run for that 4th term. And when he ran, he won. Nobody doubts that he won. But what happened was the Organization of American States, which in Latin America is widely regarded as nothing more than an imperialistic arm or instrument of the U.S. State Department, but in the United States is regarded as this neutral arbiter of what free and fair elections are. That is one of the propagandistic gaps between what people who live in the region recognize and what leading foreign policy commentators in the United States fail to understand. What is the Organization of American States? It issued a report almost immediately after the vote, claiming that there was widespread irregularities and fraud in the voting results. Nobody doubts that Evo Morales got more votes than all of his other opponents. The issue was, in order to avoid a runoff, a second round runoff, he needed to win by 10 percentage points or more. And what was contested was whether he had actually obtain that margin. The claim from the OAS was that he only won by 7 or 8%, and the 9 or 10% that was ultimately added to the official results was the byproduct of fraud, for no reason other than the fact that the results were coming in showing a tight margin, and then suddenly the margin expanded to the point where it needed to be for him to avoid the runoff. Something that every person in the United States ought to be very familiar with, where we all watch election results where certain precincts come in favor of one candidate, and then suddenly the results wildly and radically shift and change because precincts more favorable to the other candidates start to come in, which is exactly what happened in Bolivia. The strongholds of Evo Morales have always been the rural areas distant from the capital, where the indigenous population lives, where poor people live, which are the results that naturally came in last, which is why the election results changed. But the fact that the OAS claimed that there was election fraud is what served as the pretext that allowed the Bolivian police and military, operating on behalf of a right-wing party that has never received more than 4% of the vote in national elections, to tell Evo Morales that not only was he not going to assume the presidential term to which he had just been elected, but that he was forced to leave his own country under threat of violence. His family was threatened, his allies were threatened, and he himself was threatened with arrest. And in November of 2019, he fled to Mexico, where he was granted asylum to Mexico.
Okay, he's kind of like bubbling along. I don't want to lose y'all, but this is really important because this play is another. This should sound familiar to y'all. This should sound familiar, okay? What's happening? What happened in Bolivia should sound very familiar to you. The play, okay? All right, election fraud. A couple of points off. It had to be cheating because it was the surge at the end. This is not a legitimate presidency. Let's get the military or whoever and get this guy out of there and put in who we think should be there. Does that sound familiar to y'all? Are y'all hearing me? I don't think y'all hearing me. This is the play. I'm gonna play some more.
Mexico City, and in his place, a previously obscure senator, Janine Inez, was declared the interim president. She hails from the white wealthy, European descendant Christian part of the country, represents that party, that faction. She declared herself the interim president, which is always the term that coup leaders use to imply that they're benign caretakers of the democracy, just transitioning it from the prior supposedly illegitimate government to legitimate democracy. And yet, very predictably, here we are 10 months later. She continues to be the quote unquote interim president. No election has been held. There was one scheduled and then canceled using the excuse of the coronavirus. And the problem now is that all public opinion polls in Bolivia show that Morales's party, MAS, is leading all of the other candidates, which means they will have done all of this for nothing if they allow a free and fair election actually to proceed, which is why they're now conspiring to increase their levels of repression and to ensure that no free politics can take place. So that's where we are. We have Morales, who now is in Argentina. He went from Mexico to Argentina, where he obtained asylum there. And this right-wing repressive regime, which, let's remember, the first thing it did after taking over was it massacred protesters, indigenous protesters, supporters of Morales. It had the army murder dozens of them and then instantly vested the military officials responsible for that massacre full legal immunity, which is a violation of the Geneva Convention and other international law, to ensure that there was no accountability. And obviously that was extremely intimidating to Bolivians when it came to the question of whether they would be able to protest, watching dozens of people just massacred on the street by the military, which was then given full-scale immunity by this unelected right-wing government that
This doesn't sound familiar to y'all.
Continues to rule Bolivia. Now, as I indicated, one of the things that fascinates me about the events in Bolivia is what it reflects about how propagandized mainstream U.S. foreign policy discourse is about the rest of the world. Because when the military took over Bolivia, when it ejected Evo Morales with force and threats of violence, despite his being democratically elected and the most popular politician in Bolivia, when it imposed a right-wing faction that never could have been elected on its own, huge numbers of media outlets and foreign policy commentators, not on the right or the left or the center, but across the political spectrum, virtually the entire mainstream of U.S. opinion-making elites, declared in the most Orwellian fashion that Bolivian democracy had been saved as a result of the coup, not destroyed. You can read the number of examples is too numerous to comprehensively chronicle of people who barely, without even knowing anything about Bolivia, suddenly announced, because the U.S. State Department said so, that Evo Morales himself, the person democratically elected to lead and govern the country, he was the threat to democracy. And the military and the police and the right-wing faction that took over, contrary to the results of the democracy, the coup leaders were the ones who were actually saving Bolivian democracy. Think about.
Okay, so what they always say, we're spreading democracy. That's what we do. We protect democracy around the world.
That democracy shit.
Doc says, sounds like just like when 45 got elected, then again with 46, but only one of those elections had the rules drastically changed just a few months before it took place. That's kind of beside the point, Doc. The point is the play, okay? And then the coup. You know what I'm saying? What about what the people want? You know what I'm saying? If you're about democracy, the majority of the people like Evo Morales.
Kind of like the 4 years that we spent with our Congress trying to undermine our president, with the military actually doing a coup because the guy said any orders go through me, any orders that he gives goes through me. That wasn't technically a military coup by that general.
And I would agree with you on that. I would agree with you on that, Doc. And so yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the same play that they're playing. That's the point of this. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I wanted to talk about Bolivia, is because it kind of reveals the way they move.
Look,
And when
if you think about it, that's what's happening in our country with the Democrats, what they just did to 45.
And I was about to say that, you know, the way they
Parallel.
move is, when I say they, I don't mean right or conservative. They is the powers that be at any given, you know, space in time. So yeah,
Generically
that's how they.
generically calling it the New World Order.
Yeah. Let me play a little bit more of this. I'm not going to play much more of this because I feel like I'm putting you to sleep, but this is an important topic.
How Orwellian that is. It's hard to imagine anything more Orwellian than calling a military coup a attempt to save democracy, and calling the democratically elected leader of a country the enemy of democracy. And yet we saw it over and over during the course of that first month. One example was Yascha Mounk, the foreign policy correspondent for The Atlantic, who in a series of tweets and then in an article in The Atlantic claimed that Evo Morales was the threat to Bolivian democracy, and ejecting him forcibly from the country was the only way to save Bolivian democracy. Another person who said something similar was the former Obama official and ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul. Another was the editor-in-chief of Mother Jones, the progressive magazine named after a woman who was a genuine rebel and radical and agitator. Clara Jeffrey, the editor-in-chief, now taking the U.S. State Department line following Mike Pompeo that Evo Morales himself was a threat to Bolivian democracy, which had now been preserved as a result of the plotting by the right-wing coup leaders. Of course, The Economist, which always takes a leading role in claiming that the removal by force of any democratically elected leader who's even a little bit to the left of center is a pro-democracy movement. And so too did the New York Times and the Washington Post in a series of news articles, as well as in a series of editorials, praise the coup leaders, or at the very least, if not praising the coup leaders, if condemning them for their massacres, suggesting that it was Morales himself who was a threat to democracy. Now,
the other part of there's a socialist capitalist dimension to this too, because Evo Morales was seen as a socialist.
One of the ways they all did that was by instantly declaring the OAS report to be gospel. And this is one of the points that I think is so interesting. Living here in Latin America, if you speak to anybody in Latin America, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Chile, in Peru, in Colombia, anywhere, in Uruguay, in Paraguay, if you ask about the OAS, people will say, oh, the OAS is an instrument of the United States State Department. It's how the U.S. State Department tries to interfere in Latin America under the guise of this neutral regional organization that, in fact, the United States, through funding and other uses of soft power and force, actually controls. That's the perception of the OAS. In the United States, the fact that that perception exists throughout Latin America is not even known to the kinds of people I just cited. They don't even know that there's a controversy about the OAS. They think the OAS is just really what the U.S. State Department purports it to be. This neutral, democratic body composed of all the different governments around Latin America that in a very noble and fair way adjudicate regional disputes. Or maybe they do know the actual perception of what the OAS really is, and they pretend that it's what the U.S. State Department wants it to be because they're active propagandists. But whatever else is true, all of the people that I just cited, including the New York Times, The Economist, and the Washington Post, took the OAS report that there was fraud in the Bolivian election as gospel. They repeated over and over the findings of the OAS demonstrate that there is who I just cited. And what's really interesting and revealing and amazing and important is that ever since even the New York Times acknowledged that reports have proven that the OAS report was fundamentally repeatedly in their news articles about Bolivia that led huge numbers of people to believe something that was false, had been working hand in hand.
I wanted to get to the part where he talked about
Even more fascinating question in the context of Bolivia, because Evo Morales, despite the kind of caricatures that always get depicted and disseminated by the sort of writers I previously mentioned about anyone slightly to the left of center in Latin America, was not some dogmatic communist. He didn't nationalize industries and murder the wealthy and take away land and give it to the poor. It was a very kind of soft socialism. And not only was it a kind of soft socialism, it was an economic policy that thrived and succeeded even by the metrics used by neoliberal institutions like The Economist. For the first time in decades, Bolivia experienced sustained economic growth under Evo Morales that not only helped the poorest people in Bolivia and the indigenous population in Bolivia to have opportunities that they never previously had, but the wealthy in Bolivia continued to do very well under Morales. So the question then becomes, well, why was there so much hostility toward him in the West, in the United States, by international capital, by the wealthy sectors in Bolivia, when even The Economist had been acknowledging that Bolivia was thriving even by the metrics used by neoliberals? The same thing was always the question in Brazil under the center left, but not communist president, Lula da Silva, where Brazil experienced massive economic growth. And yet, at the same time, there were all kinds of
they got him out of there
sectors in Brazil and international capital sectors in the West that continued to be vehemently opposed to the Workers' Party of Lula, to the point where they ended up impeaching his successor that he had handpicked, as well as ultimately imprisoning him unjustly. And I asked Lula when I interviewed him in 2019, while he was still in prison, before he was freed, exactly that question. He kept saying over and over, what you have to understand is the elites hate me, the wealthy hate our party, they're devoted to the destruction of our party. And I asked him, look, why would that be? Why is that even convincing? Because despite the propaganda of your party, the reality is the rich did very well under the governance of the Workers' Party in Brazil. It is true that millions and millions of people were lifted out of poverty and had opportunities for the first time, just as was true in Bolivia. But it was also true in Brazil, just as it was true in Bolivia, that the rich did very well because economic growth helps business, helped the private sector that continued to be preserved. Again, just like Morales, Lula did not nationalize industries or dissect the private sector. The private sector remained fully intact. So I asked him, why would they be opposed to you when they did so well under your presidency? And his answer was fascinating. He said, because the resentment that they had toward us was not economic, it was cultural. For the first time in Brazilian history, the white wealthy sectors of Brazil had to go to the airports and their shopping malls, and they were seeing this new middle class composed of Black Brazilians, people from favelas whose children were able now to go to college, and seeing their sectors, their realms that had been once so exclusive now being invaded from their perception by people who they thought didn't belong there. As a result of these cultural and economic transformations, created not economic resentment against Lula's government, but cultural resentment. So I asked Evo Morales when I went and interviewed him in Mexico City, just a month after he was forced to leave the country, the same question. Why is it you keep claiming that the wealthy in Bolivia hate you so much when they did quite well under your... And he gave the same answer. Because they had to see the indigenous that they've always viewed as inferior, as less than human, suddenly living lives next to them, with them, in their institutions, having similar opportunities to their children, and they resented it culturally because that was always their exclusive preserve. Just one observation on my interview with President Morales.
Anyways, y'all get the point, right? Hopefully y'all do. Yeah, so it's hate, it's racism, it's I don't want to see them at the doctor's office with me. You know what I'm saying? Not with me. They can go with the doctor's office with somebody else, but not me. No, they can't be at the doctor's office with me. No, that's a no-go. Overthrow the government. Fuck that nigga. Get him out of there. Yeah. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Fucking France, bruh. Let's move on to France because this is all kind of related. It's in the same part of the world. And the thing is, I don't think people realize the power France has. Y'all know France is like the only country that still has like sovereign land on 5 continents. Like their GDP and shit is ridiculous. But part of it is because like what the fuck resources do France have? Can somebody answer me that?
Shit.
Look how long it's taking you to think. They don't have shit. They got fucking colonies all over the place that they fucking collecting money off of.
They got a bunch of not even that's not even now. I was thinking of some other country where they have like these free roaming, like purplish looking pigs. They say it's like the best pork in the world, but that's not France. They got a lot of good Italian food come out of there.
Yeah, they got restaurants.
Wine. They got wine, a bunch of wine and stuff like that, right?
They got food. Yeah,
as far as like resources, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know what. Oh, they produce cars that the average person can't afford to buy, which is a Ferrari and Lamborghini.
But look how long it's taking us to think of what the fuck. Why are they so powerful in the world then? Why are they so rich?
Because they was in the killing and stealing fields at the same time with other people.
And they still hold that money and they still making money off of those same peoples that they conquered. It's like slavery. And what I be talking about slavery, about the people with the plantations, people think that money evaporated after slavery was over. That money did not evaporate, y'all. Doc says, what did he say? He says, I know deodorant isn't one. Stop being mean. We got people watch the show all over the world. He says, because they have salt, old world, and uranium, new world. Do they have salt? They said they have salt and they have uranium? Well, if that's true, that's news to me, Doc.
Yeah, I'm not sure, bro.
Let me play a bit of this, and we're going to stop it as it go and talk about it. I think y'all could get into this because they chopping up France. And I love it. I love it. I love it. I got into this fucking news channel. You know why? Because I was looking at the analytics and, you know, India watches a lot of my show. Like India is like my biggest country that watches the show. So I was like, I need to know more about India. So I was looking for more news sources from India. And I found this particular channel, and it's really, really good. I've been watching it a lot. And anyways, I've been watching it for a while now. And it's really good. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's great to hear the perspectives on the U.S. and Europe and you know, from a different perspective, because we always hear it from, you know, the U.S., U.K., you know, the Western perspective, basically. We always hear the Western perspective. It's really refreshing to hear some people talk about the same subjects, but like, and the disdain, like you can hear it in her voice. Y'all check it out.
This Sunday, France is going to polls. the land of love, wine, cheese, literature, also the birthplace of modern democracy, not taking away from the Greeks. Of course, they invented democracy, but it was France which injected a modern meaning to it.
I hate this part. I want to skip this part because, Doc, let's have a debate. Fucking, she's going to say France is the one, but didn't the Haitian Revolution happen before that? And did that not be the one that kind of triggered the French Revolution? And did that also not trigger all of those different different colonies, becoming independent? I'm gonna play some more of this. Leave a comment about that.
It was France which made democracy a global phenomenon. Quick history. In 1789, a crowd of ordinary men and women revolted against the French monarchy. Through their collective action, they ensured the creation of a system based on and governed by a constitution. In history books, they call this event the French Revolution, an uprising which inspired movements the world over. Several countries broke the shackles of colonialism to become modern, independent nation-states.
I ain't gonna lie, that clip bothers the shit out of me because even before that, she said, "Oh, we're not gonna talk about the Greeks." So if they only mentioned France and Greece as the ones where you got the idea for these type of government, and that's so much bullshit.
The whole of South America, for instance. It had transitioned to democracy by the 19th century. More than 200 years on, the French continue to inspire, and their influence is hard to overstate. Their country is smaller than Texas, but has the second strongest military in Europe, the second biggest economy in the European Union, and the fifth biggest economy in the world.
Y'all heard that? I want to play that back because that's what I was talking about. This makes no sense. Let's play this back.
In Europe, the second is smaller than Texas, but has the second strongest military in Europe, the second biggest economy in the European Union, and the fifth biggest economy in the world.
And it's smaller than Texas. Can y'all explain that? What's the explanation for that?
It ranks first on the Global Soft Power Index. It's also the most visited country in the world. Plus, France is the only country to still have sovereign territory on 5 continents, and the only country to be a founding member of the United Nations Security Council, of NATO, and the European Union. Its diplomatic representation is second in size only to the United States of America, which basically means that within the European Union, nothing can happen without France.
Within the European Union, nothing can happen without France. Why are they so powerful? Help me, you guys. Doc says Haitian Revolution was inspired by the French Revolution. No, it happened first. Go check the dates. The Haitian Revolution caused the French Revolution. That's why they lost their shit. They was like, oh, hell no. The Haitian Revolution caused all kind of chaos in the West. This was a land where if you landed there, we don't give a fuck. There's no slavery here. Every man is a free man. If you land on this soil, we don't give a damn, you're free. And that was the first. They put it in the fucking Constitution and shit. And they confiscated all the slaveholders' stuff. This ain't your shit no more. And then they sent Napoleon ass running.
This country is the de facto leader of Europe. So as the French head out to vote, they will not only seal the fate of their country, but will also determine the future of Europe. The path it will take for the next 5 years, the many policies it could implement vis-a-vis the pandemic, the climate emergency, purchasing power, cost of living, immigration, and above all, the conflict in Ukraine. Long story short, this election is crucial not just for France, but the whole of Europe. So who will the French elect? Will they give their current president a second chance, or will they crown a new leader? Let's try to find out, starting with a quick primer, how the French...
And this is interesting too. I want y'all to pay attention to this. She's going to show, I don't know if it's right here, but it's coming up, how they do it over there. and the system is pretty cool. I think it's better than what we have over here, the way they do the politics. What was I about to say? Macron. That guy, nobody likes him. And it's crazy because one thing about, I do like their system, but Macron can get 26% of the vote and become the damn president. And that's crazy. And that's what happened. And a lot of people didn't like him. I was following that election a lot back then because they had a guy who was kind of on the left that I liked, that I hoped was going to win, but it ended up being Macron. And Macron was like appearing to be in the center. He appears to, he still kind of comes across that way, but she's going to explain it. He's basically a freaking, he's a Wall Street. He's a plant. Like how they do industry plants when they talk about music. He's a political plant is what he is. He was anointed.
Political system works. France is a semi-presidential democracy. The president is at the center of power, but the prime minister heads the government, and both are answerable to the National Assembly. The president is elected by the French public for a 5-year term through what they call direct universal suffrage. The president has a 5-year term, and this distinguishes France from the executive systems of other European countries. Now, once elected, the president chooses the prime minister, who in turn picks the other members of the government and presides over the cabinet to enact laws. So the prime minister drives government action and the president determines government policy. Next question. How do you become president? In order to apply, you need 500 signatures of elected officials. They should be from at least 30 different government departments across France.
So that part of it I don't like. Is because that's basically you got to get appointed by the elite.
A candidate can be an independent, or he or she can represent a political party. How many candidates can apply? There is no limit. In 2002, there were 16 candidates. In 2017, there were 11. And this year, 2022, there are 12 candidates. Each candidate has the right to an equal media presence, the right to radio and TV space, and they're all allotted equal slots for speaking.
I don't know how they pull that off, but we don't do not that in the States at all.
Broadcast time. And this is strictly monitored throughout their campaigns. The money they spend on campaigns is also monitored. In the first round, the spending must not exceed 16.9 million euros. In the second round, the limit is 22.5 million euros.
We don't do that either. I think that's a really good idea to put like a cap on how much they can spend on their campaign. I think that's a really good idea.
See, the first round is scheduled for the 10th of April, the second round for the 24th of April. Why are there 2 rounds? Because the French believe that you first vote with your heart and then with your head.
I think that's a good idea too. With the way the American and United States citizens switch back and forth so much, imagine how much the elections would swing if people had a chance to come back and hit it again in 2 months.
In the first round, all 12 candidates will be eligible for the vote. The ones who get the maximum votes will go to the second round, and whoever wins the second round will take office on the 13th of May. Now that you know how the election works, let's introduce you to the 12 candidates. 8 men and 4 women. Together, they represent all sides of the political spectrum in France. Left, right, center, green, communist, capitalist. Out of these, 3 candidates have emerged as frontrunners. This is Marine Le Pen, nicknamed the Phoenix, leader of the National Front.
If you follow politics, you should know her name already.
It's a far-right political party. This is her 3rd bid for presidency. She lost the race both in 2012 and 2017. This year, she has a better chance of winning. Opinion polls show 47% French voters want Le Pen to win. What does she stand for? Well, Le Pen is opposed to globalization.
She might win, too. She has a very good chance of pulling this off.
She considers it a threat to the French society. She wants to take France out of America's sphere of influence. She has proposed the replacement of the World Trade Organization and the abolition of the International Monetary Fund. She's also
that sounds good.
Against immigration and
I don't know about that part.
Considers it a tool of Islamic extremism.
Yeah.
Critics say these promises are
she lost me at the last part.
Political stunt, and that once in power, if she ever gets to power, Le Pen will not execute half of them.
I bet you she'll be on that ass on the immigrations, though, because she's going to be on that ass on that.
Eric Zemmour, a TV star turned politician. They call him the French Donald Trump. Le Pen says Zemmour makes her look reasonable. And she has a point. It's because of his fiery political views. He considers his leanings as Gaulo-Bonapartist, a set of views inspired
He's like Hitler of France.
from Charles de Gaulle and Napoleon Bonaparte. What are these views? That only great men can save the French Republic. Small problem. Zemmour's own track record has not been that great. He has been convicted several times of making hate speeches on immigration, on Islam, feminism, and homosexuality.
That should sound familiar. Their politics is very similar to ours. That's another reason why it's important to follow this. As far as the philosophies, as far as the strategies, as far as, the rhetoric, the dogma, it's all the same.
His supporters say Zemmour is highly misunderstood, that he only speaks facts, however bitter they might be. This support is evident in Zemmour's meteoric rise. Opinion polls put him on the third spot. His television appearances cause frenzy. His statements grab front-page headlines. Many expect him to spring a surprise on election day. And this is Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, a hardcore centrist and a favorite to win. In 2017, this former banker made history. He became the youngest president of France. He was just 39 years old. 5 years on, he's expected to win again, courtesy his style of politics. You see,
he married a MILF, rich older lady. This dude's life is wonderful. I ain't gonna lie. Like, this dude has a great life. She's hot too.
Macron has dumped the traditional rule book of politics. He has steered clear of the classic left-right division. He promotes liberalism. He also condemns Islamism. He bats for secularism, but also upholds the French identity. Opinion polls show Macron's strategy has worked. 53% of French citizens want him to be re-elected. And this is not just because of the brand that he has built. Look at his report card. Under Macron's leadership, France's GDP has grown by 7%, unemployment has dropped to 7.2%, and the crime rate has fallen to 27%. Macron has also cracked down on radical Islam. He has introduced laws on countering extremism. He has put a ban on foreign funding of mosques in France. He has imposed tougher measures on immigration. Even on Ukraine, Macron has proven to be a statesman. He is Europe's de facto leader at the moment. And
Europe's de facto leader. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all ever think that France was in that position, really?
a bridgehead for Russia and America. He has managed to negotiate talks between Washington, D.C. and Moscow. At the same time, he has condemned both sides without mincing words. Watch this.
La Russie n'est pas agressée, elle est l'agresseur. Cette guerre est encore moins, comme une propagande insoutenable voudrait le faire penser, une lutte contre le nazisme, c'est un mensonge. D'abord être factuel et ensuite, en effet, tout faire pour ne pas que la situation dérape. Je n'utiliserai pas ce genre de propos parce que je continue de discuter avec le président Poutine.
Now to the flip side of the equation. Critics say Macron works only for the elite, that he's a champion of the rich, disconnected from the masses. They say the common man struggles to relate to him. They also say that there's a gap between his words and actions, that he hasn't delivered on some of his promises. He promised to change the pension system, for example, to let workers retire at 65 instead of 62. Well, this hasn't happened. His labor reforms have not been well received either. Throughout his presidency, we've seen countless yellow
I know y'all heard about all the yellow vest protests.
vest demonstrations against labor laws. Macron also made promises on increasing gender equality, providing equal opportunities to men and women, but the issue was sidelined after he came to power. It was pushed to a junior ministry. Feminist groups say that Macron has failed them. The gender pay gap has not been filled in France, and cases of domestic violence have risen sharply. So to put it simply, Emmanuel Macron is on tricky terrain. He may have the edge in opinion polls, but his victory is not a foregone conclusion, especially not when you look at his opponents, those who are promising to do everything that Macron does 2 times better. Plus, the French electorate is highly polarized. People who voted out of duty or were loyal to one party or faithful to one candidate no longer exist. Reports say 40% of the voters are still undecided.
Sounds like the U.S. too. He says French Revolution began May 5th, 1789. Haitian Revolution began July 17th. Anyway, that's really close. And I know that it was bubbling before then, so the official dates is an argument. So I don't know. I'm gonna give it to you, Doc. But whatever. What do y'all think about this right here? What do y'all think about India talking about France? It's kind of entertaining to me to hear India talk about the West. And what I want you guys to see is how much of a big dog India is becoming. They gotta have big donkey nuts to sit there and talk like that. You don't hear that perspective from the West publications. None of them.
Man, I just think a lot of people are tired of the West, the way the West are doing things, bro. You know, I think you got more and more people that are waking up every day. More and more people that are starting to not see things as though they are, but looking beyond that. You know what I'm saying? Not taking what they're telling you, you know, and they're doing their own research. More people are doing exactly what your slogan is. Look that shit up. You know
I
what
hope
I'm saying?
so. I hope so.
I think you have more and more people, man, like that. You know, especially one of the things that at least for the people that I've been around, that I've been pleasure to be in their lives, and they, you know, and they be in my life. I think this pandemic has drove a lot of people to you know, instead of just working a normal 9 to 5 or working a job, to, you know, to tap into their own talents and create, you know, revenue and income on their own. You know, a lot of people are waking up, you know, that whole perspective, their whole perspective has changed, you know, and I think that is one of the things that this government is afraid of, because people are waking up, awakening up. You know, you're starting to see more and more people that are standing for things that are right, you know, and people are pushing back against this government. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and that's one of the things that I remember my grandfather always saying, like, you know, not all people are racist, not all whites are racist, not all people are that way. You know, they just the good ones get overshadowed by the ignorant. You know, but I think we're starting to see that change. You know what I'm saying? I think we're starting to see more and more of them coming out that are looking to see things change for the better, you know, and do away with the injustices that exist, you know, and not just for black people, any minority, any indigenous person, you know, you have more and more people that are waking up, bro. You know, and I think with what the Western government is doing is they're trying to get ahead of that shit. That's why there's all these different variants of COVID. There's all of this hysteria that they're creating around shortages. They're planning this shit because they're losing. They're wanting people to be dependent up on them because they're losing, bro. Governments around, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, you know, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm one that I take constructive criticism. If I'm wrong, hey, correct me. But I think these governments around the world are losing, bro. You know, the shit that like they're losing, bro. Look at the shit that's happening in China and how these people are fighting back, you know, against their government. Like this shit is wrong, bro. You can't lock somebody up, talk about a shutdown and lock people up. People, we're not meant to be locked up. We're meant to be free. You know what I'm saying? We're not meant to be stuck in certain places, and this whole idol. I don't know if I'm saying this word, but it's crazy, bro. The stuff that's happening, that's taking place. But I think more and more people are waking up. You know, I don't think everybody. I think a lot of people have gotten away from just eating that blue pill and being zombie robots, and we still have a lot that are that way, but a lot more people are waking up, bro. I'm seeing videos every day popping up on YouTube of people that's just, and TikTok, of people just waking up to the bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, if I'm
That's,
wrong, correct me, bro.
I think
stand
you're
to be
right.
corrected.
I think you're right, and I think that's why they're trying to pull the end game, because they feel the power slipping through their fingers. Doc says one of the problems with people looking it up is they don't know how to verify a source. Yeah,
That's true. That's true, and I believe that is true, because when I started trying to look up certain things and just get out of the my typical day to day, fuckery, if you will. I didn't know where to look, but I started talking to people, man, and
that
not
helps.
everybody is not everybody is just so stuck up, bro, where they won't be willing to have a conversation with you, man. Like, people, if you come to somebody with a valid question, you know what I'm saying? Like, most people will literally take the time to, like, oh wow, like, they're more surprised that you even asked that question. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they thought you were other. You know what I'm saying? They're
Like you
like,
don't
oh,
know, you're not smart enough.
yeah, they're surprised that you asked that question. And I think that this is what this platform and other platforms out there are doing, and it's allowing people, it's giving people that resource. It's giving people, okay, I'm hearing it from King Chalky Entertainment, I'm hearing it from Russell Brand, I'm hearing it from what's the black dude that we
Tim
watch a
Black.
lot of, Tim Black, different people like that. Like, people are more, they're going outside of their realm of their everyday, because people are hurting, bro. That's the biggest thing. That right there, I think, was the worst thing the government could have done. You back people in the corner, and now people like, man, fuck this shit. This ain't right.
Yeah, I want to
what I'm
go into
saying?
that, because I don't know if people know. That's why one of the subjects I wanted to talk about was the Shanghai thing, because I don't think everybody knows that they're on lockdown. Let me read the comment. He says, or they don't look for information on a subject, they look for validation of their opinion. And then there's so much trash out there. It's so much garbage. You got to sift through all that shit. I don't know. There's no short way to do it. I think everybody's got to go down a rabbit hole or two and get lost in some bullshit, and then come back to reality to start being able to see shit. Because I think each one of us have done that. I know I have. You get lost into something you really believe in. You go all the way down the rabbit hole, and then after a while, you be like, wait, I think this was all bullshit. You know what I mean? Or it was just a bit off, or whatever. It was misleading. And then you find out more information, and that's it.
Yeah. Dude, I think these times have been, it sucks, but these times have been great. Like, I literally went from having just this daddy's girl that I thought that daddy would always have to be there for, to somebody that truly thinks for herself. And she come to me with like, dude, I ain't gonna lie, bro. She come to me with some shit sometimes, and I'm just like, I gotta look that shit up. Like, and that's what I say. Like, a lot of people, don't get me wrong, this younger generation is kind of nuts. I'm not gonna say they're nuts or they're crazy. They're just doing shit that we don't do, or wouldn't have ever done.
Well,
But there's a
evolution
lot of
never
them.
stops.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them, bro, that are paying attention to so much, and they're so full of information. And if you just sit there and talk to them about something, like, just ask them some random ass question, and you'll be so surprised of how informed they truly are, bro.
And
Like,
and let me tell you what brings tears to my eyes is it's a line. It goes, greatness withering on a vine. And that line, and I think about the kid in the projects. I think about the kid in the hood who should have been Nikola Tesla, coming up with all kinds of technology that helps humanity, but instead he turns into Tebow, and he's robbing the liquor store.
man, that's why I like what Nipsey was doing, bro. the famous line that I like about his technology center that he had started over there in his neighborhood, and they asked him, well, why are you doing that? And he basically said, man, I'm trying to bridge that gap between the hood and Silicon Valley. I'm trying to bridge. He was like, there's so much talent right here in the hood. These underprivileged kids have so many fucking ideas that can take our future so much further, but they don't even get a chance. Nobody even looks at them. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times for those kids that are coming out of the hood to even get looked at, they got to be, in a sense, be whitewashed, or in a sense, when they're having these at their workplace or their school, when these ignorant ass white folks are having these bullshit ass conversations about race and saying, well, why they, how could George Floyd say he can't breathe when he's talking, when the dude's on his neck, but he's still talking? Like, they have to kind of, in a sense, a lot of them that get there, they go along with that shit just to get there, but then it's one of those things. It's kind of like, we got to break that shit, bro. Like, you can't, we got to, don't ever stop being yourself. But in a sense, man, this society that we live in literally forces these people, these children, or these minorities, or these indigenous people to stop being who they are and partake in this bullshit just so that they could get ahead. And it's like, it shouldn't even be like that. You should still be allowed to be yourself and be up there with the best of them in Silicon Valley, the best of them that are in all of these high IQ places where they're producing technology that's gonna change the world, that's gonna, help better people's lives.
And it's racism that keeps them from seeing that wasted resource. These are Americans, United States citizens too, and they care about the United States too, and they're willing to contribute, but they're not given opportunity. Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. Let me read the comment. Doc says they locked us up for 2 years and set us at each other's throats online, took away bars and restaurants where people actually spoke. Control of communication is the key to enlightenment. So he's backing up what you were saying earlier about asking people questions. And I always say that too. If you're in the presence of somebody that knows a bunch of shit, ask them some questions, bro. Each moment is going to be some valuable ass time spent.
Man, that's definitely me. That's like back in the day as a kid. I remember I used to get on your fucking nerves asking you all of these questions.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this nigga talk too much. And don't give me no blunt. Don't let me get high. It's like my brain opens up at that point. I'm like, oh shit. Hey man, have you ever thought about this? Nigga be like, man, shut up, dog. You killing my high. You asking too many damn questions.
Yeah. You said something a minute ago. I wanted to make a comment on. I'm trying to remember, and it won't come to me. It's bothering me. Fucking yeah, I can't remember. Freaking the idea of the kid that gets no resources. Oh, the meme. There's a meme that the black people get off of work and they take off their like white suit. You know what I'm saying? And in the morning they put on their white suit on their way to work.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of them things, bro. Like the job that I work at, like, don't get me wrong, like, I love my job. I make good money. It's not me, but like, I don't even talk to, I really don't even talk to anybody at work. Like, I truly stay to myself, bro, because I'm one of them, like, nah, for me to get ahead, I'm not finna be a part of y'all little group or this or that. Like, I'm fine where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I refuse to be changed. I refuse to try to see shit from your view or your eyes. Like, nah, bro, it's wrong. And I'll be honest with you, like, I literally work with a bunch of rednecks, like I honestly do. You know what I'm saying? And so I just stay to myself, bro. Like, I truly do. I stay to myself. You know what I'm saying? I let my work speak for me. I'm not in their face. Like, I stay to myself, bro. That's just because I refuse to stoop to that level. But some people, I understand why they do. Do I agree with it? No, but I understand.
Yeah. Let's get into this Shanghai stuff a bit, because I don't even think anybody. It's funny how this is not talked about in the news very much either. I'm on this back to this India channel again to get this information.
It's been a while since we talked about the pandemic. Seems like the world has moved on, and it has, except for one country, the home country of the Wuhan virus. It is the very picture of chaos. China is struggling, and how? I'm going to show you a video, and let me say that it's disturbing. We advise viewer discretion.
Damn, that's fucked up. I ain't gonna lie. In the United States, it will be the Democrats who would be on board for this shit. They'll be like, yeah, what? He didn't take his shot. He went outside. He didn't have no mask on. Kick him again.
Yeah. They know better than that shit over here. Just like I said, they know too many motherfuckers got guns. And they bet not talk about going to Barry Station, Crosby, Dayton, Cleveland, none of East Texas, none of Montgomery County. You know, not even down the street from me, Dickinson.
I don't know, bro.
Hitchcock, Santa Fe. Hey, bro, them rednecks out there, they got some artillery. Hey,
they had New York.
Andre said,
they had New York shut down. In New York,
yeah, that's
a motherfucker.
Yeah, that's New York. But I'm just saying, like Andre 3000 said, shit, man, they made some shit that'll blow out your back. And them rednecks around here, they got it. I don't mean it. I don't mean redneck to be mean or say redneck to be mean. I'm just saying. Them boys, they got some. Look here, they got weapons that like military shit.
Yeah,
I done seen it.
I've seen it.
I done had beer with a couple of them, and they got some. They got some shit.
They got bunkers full of bullets. I be talking about bullets. Black people be buying guns. White people buy bullets. Well, they buy guns too, but they buy a lot of bullets.
That's like my co-driver was like,
gonna run out of bullets.
I just bought 3,000 rounds.
Yeah.
I just bought 3,000. I'm like, what the fuck you need 3,000? Well, I bought rounds for my handguns, for my pistols. I got rounds for my automatic. He's like, I got rounds for my ghost guns. You know,
they got
like,
cases. They got cases of bullets. So that's the difference. Your gun don't mean shit once you run out of bullets. It's useless. You could make it.
You got a lot. You got a lot of black folks running around with some damn. They got them old Daniel Boone ass guns, fucking muskets. Nigga, what the hell you gonna do with this shit? You got your gunpowder in your barrel.
You gotta load that motherfucker every time and shit.
They're gonna get you an AR-15, AR-10 with some damn extended clips on it.
Yeah, so it's all about the bullets. It's all about the bullets. You fight a war. When it becomes live fire, it's all about how many bullets you have or can get.
Bro, that's why I say, like your friend that came on here that talked about the waves that the government put out there, these waves that make people attack and these mass shootings and stuff, what he was talking about, bro. Like, I truly believe that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a way for them to try to disarm us as citizens. You know what I'm saying? Like all of these mass shootings, like, no, this shit ain't no coincidence. This shit is happening, you know. And every time one happens, what do you see our president and the Secretary of State and all them getting on TV saying, you know, we need to do better to get rid of automatic weapons? Like, nah, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? You want to disarm us? A criminal don't give a fuck. A criminal getting a throwaway. He getting something to bust you in your ass that he can throw right out. He riding down the highway and throw that bitch right out, coming out of Galveston, going to, man, we're gonna ride down to Galveston and throw these guns out. You know,
but that's always an argument. I slightly disagree because I just feel like it should be less guns out there. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, bro.
Niggas got way too much access.
Man, you need guns, man. I'm sorry, dude.
They always say, you know, the only thing stops a bad guy with the gun is a good guy with the gun. But like I say, in what is it? The UK, they don't have mass shootings.
That's not true. We just don't hear about it. because in the UK they have a problem. They're not allowed to have guns, but they have a problem with with these unmarked guns. Serial numbers are scraped off, or however they do it. They have mass shit. We don't hear about it. That's the thing. Like, I know somebody that's a truck driver that goes back and forth to the UK every year to see his parents, because his parents are elderly, and they have gun violence over there, but they have illegal guns. And like he said, in the UK, you have all of these freaking Russian mafias over there. You got the what's them guys that they always talk about over here, the Taliban. All of them are over there. Like, they got guns, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got guns. There's shootings every day that happens in the UK, but they don't broadcast it.
I don't know about that. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, there was recordings of Bernie staffers talking about sending 45 supporters to re-education camps. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. He says, I taught myself how to repack brass. I have a needed skill in the zombie apocalypse. And he says, I also know how to make honey mead, wine, and moonshine. Well, that part would definitely get you a pass in the. You definitely invited in the camp in the zombie apocalypse. We gonna need some of that drink. We're gonna definitely need some of that. I don't really know how to do that, but I think I could do it. I think I could follow a recipe.
I watch a lot of prison documentaries, bro, and I watch a lot of them like in the UK to see like how they treat their prisoners, as opposed to here. And you hear all of these dudes that are newly locked up in prison serving life sentences, and they're shooting and killing somebody. You know what I'm saying? They have a gun issue, man, and that's the thing. Like, it's all brainwashing, dude. Like I say, criminals don't care that you have to have a license. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. And I feel like, taking away our rights to bear arms and to protect our home. Somebody run up in your house and you don't have no gun. What are you gonna do? Throw a knife at this motherfucker? Grab your biggest pot and hope you hit him in the head?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nah,
that's a fair argument. I can't, that's a fair argument.
Like, what they need to do, most of these people, most of these kids, most of these folks that are running in these places, that are shooting up places, they want, it's a mental issue or this or that, like, man, let me be quiet on that because I'm gonna piss a lot of people off.
Yeah, let me play some more of this.
And this video is believed to be from Shanghai, a healthcare worker violently enforcing quarantine orders. Is it a crime to be a COVID patient? In China, it seems it is. China is going through a pandemic nightmare. New cases are being reported. Millions have been put in quarantine. There's a shortage of food. There is panic buying. There's a lot of suffering. And making it worse is the Communist Party. They've imposed draconian measures. Patients are being forced into quarantine. People are dying due to lack of care. Little children are being separated from their families. The public anger is growing. And it's usually difficult to gauge public sentiment on the mainland. People do not speak up in China. When they do, they face a crackdown. China does not put up with dissent, and we know that. And yet, news has a way of coming out sooner or later. Same with the suffering of the Chinese people. Tonight, we will show you 5 videos to sum up how China is punishing its people after failing to control the Wuhan virus. And we'll start with Shanghai, the world's biggest hotspot right now. That's Shanghai for you. More than 20 million citizens are under lockdown. Local authorities are struggling. A few days ago, the army was deployed in Shanghai. That's how bad the situation is. The city's healthcare system has collapsed, but China is still sticking to the zero COVID rule, the one that has seen zero success. Zero COVID means mass testing. Zero COVID also means tough quarantine, and it is not delivering. The virus is still spreading. So what does China do? Zero tolerance. That's their new mantra, punishing the people for contracting the virus. Let me show you.
Punishing people for contracting the virus.
How. This is video number 1. Again, this is believed to be from Shanghai. People are being forced into centralized quarantine facilities. Healthcare workers in PPE kits are picking them up and forcing them into isolation. Once again, we advise viewer discretion.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, that's pretty distressing right there. You know what I'm saying? If that was one of my family members, I would really, really, really feel some kind of way. That was a chick too, and that was clearly a dude in the white. Why they gotta be so rough? And
That's what no guns get you.
man, I don't know, man. That's what I was. What I was
She
about
had
to
a gun. You could blow that motherfucker. Hey, look here.
What I was about to say, if you think that can't happen here, you crazy, bro. It'll just be the military out there. They're gonna have tanks and AR-15s, and they're gonna be fully suited and booted. You ain't gonna have nothing for them.
It'll have to be that private military, because I don't see the soldiers that we have going against their own people.
Well, that's what they would do. They would bring in private contractors, and these private contractors would be from all over the world, and they getting paid their money, so they ain't gonna care.
Yeah, but you know what? They got some motherfuckers that's out here that'll blow their ass up too.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think so, bro. You bring in them military trained private contractors, bro. You ain't gonna have nothing for them. They're gonna be armed to the teeth, and they're gonna have unlimited supplies.
Citizens being shoved into buses like they're criminals. Now, we don't know if they tested positive, but they were being taken to a quarantine facility. To call this inhumane would be an understatement. China was unable to contain the Omicron outbreak, and now the people of Shanghai are paying for the government's failure. Now, in the quarantine centers, the situation is hardly any better. There's chaos. This is video number 2. We received this one earlier today. It is from a quarantine site in Shanghai. People here were fighting for supplies. What are they fighting for? Basic
Don't think that can't happen here, y'all.
needs, stuff like blankets, food, even water. Residents of Shanghai have lodged complaints now, and we've accessed one such complaint. This is a woman talking about the same quarantine site that you just saw. Her mother was admitted there. Let me quote from what she said. My mom tested positive and was at home for a week, laying low, and she recovered. Yet they recklessly took her away. When she arrived, she had to snatch a room for herself. Nothing was fixed. People who tested positive and negative all mixed together. There was no hot water, no healthcare workers, no nurses. There was nothing. People had to fight over food and water. The chaos and the confusion was over the limit. Like we told you before, it's a nightmare. And some people are now openly defying rules. This is video number 3. It shows a man walking on the streets of Shanghai. He defied the law. He stepped out without a mask. Now look at what they did to him.
I ain't gonna lie, that's a scary sight. It's been my experience that if they force you in the back seat of a car, you might not get ever seen again.
The man was hauled into a police vehicle and taken away. He was accused of violating pandemic prevention rules. Taking off the mask may not be the best way to protest, we agree, but the Chinese people say they've had enough. Here is another one. Video number 4. It's of an old man defying lockdown orders.
That's crazy, bro, because the people that can't do nothing.
They got this nigga all in the bushes. Old dude.
酒后喽，死不裸呀！我回上都打起来了，梅龙七村有个不戴口罩的，还要骂人，还要打。
Clearly, people are losing patience. I'll come to our 5th and final video for tonight. It shows a woman shouting and complaining about the restrictions.
Okay, a whole plastic. What was that? Plastic stool.
Didn't you say that they had they came like to the citizens of Shanghai with some type of drone and was like, don't lose your something. I remember you talking about that last podcast we had.
Wait, what'd you say? I was reading that as you were saying that. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
That they came to Shanghai somewhere and was like telling the people there like don't lose your something about the shutdown in Shanghai. Didn't they fly a drone like over Shanghai or something like that?
I'm sure they did, but I don't remember talking about that.
It was
Nah.
it was last podcast. This was after Pat had checked out. I think it was it was you, Doc, and myself.
I'm sure it had to do with this story because I know I wanted to cover that this week, but I don't remember what I said. Let me read the comments. Doc says quarantine camps were actually on the table under 46. See, like I said, y'all don't think that shit could happen here because it could. He says, look into what's happening in Australia. What is happening in Australia? Is it related to quarantines? I haven't seen nothing in Australia recently.
Hey, is Pat in town?
I don't think so.
Oh. Coming out to play Saturday, man.
I think I done put Pat to sleep. It says 106 lockdown. COVID-19 ends in Australia, biggest city. How far away? How long ago was that? August 21, 2021. This is old. November 7th, 2021. That's old. Something 23 hours ago. Let's see this. Omicron wipes out Australia's COVID-19 advantage. What does that mean? Okay. No, that's pretty much the same kind of story that's happening in the U.S. That's not happening. I don't know what you're talking about, Doc. I don't see anything. Yeah, so what do you think about it?
That shit is sad, bro.
Check your messenger.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't had Facebook open since earlier because the screen of the computer was freezing up, and Facebook fucking takes a lot of damn. I don't know. Facebook is like, it's one of the ones. It seems like it's bigger than everything else for some reason. I guess because they have so much going on their page.
What you do is you keep it open on your phone. That way you get your messages, and that way you know if you want to link it up once you've seen what it is. And that way you can see it while you're doing other stuff in the show. While something's playing, you can check out the link to make sure it's okay to play.
Yeah, usually I have the little window open, and when y'all text me, it gives me a notification right on the screen, right on the computer screen, so I can see it right when it comes. It'll give me, the little hit gist of it.
Yeah, but if you're keeping it down for memory, you can keep it open on your phone, and that way you still get the messages, but you don't have to worry about it being open using the memory on your computer.
Oh, okay. So this is the drone footage one. Is that what you sent? I thought you was showing us the Australia clip, but I got the Shanghai drone. I guess this is what Deuce was talking about.
Oh, Australia is a deep dive in general, man. They're practically a fascist state right now about the corona stuff. I mean, seriously, Australia.
Yeah, they have been like that already, and I have been seeing that. I talked about Australia earlier, and some while ago. I don't want no pop-ups on my fucking page. What the fuck? Oh, there's a video? Okay, hold on. I thought it was just a article, but hold on, it's a video. Can y'all see that? Am I sharing this? Okay. Tells residents balconies to go back in lockdown. Oh, I probably played this as a clip on Instagram. Yeah, I think so. And I think that's what led me to looking this all up in the first place. It's a drone flying around telling them, like, Take your ass aside. Put on your damn mask. Sorry to bother you. I love that fucking movie, bro. What made you send me this? I'm finna show this. I don't care if I get in trouble for this.
When you guys were talking about taking the white suit off when you get home,
man, this
that
movie.
movie was the first thing that came to mind when you said that.
If y'all haven't seen this fucking movie, y'all need to check it out. It's totally a political, and it kind of scrutinized capitalism too, but it plays with all the nuances of it. Like, it really makes you think about it. It's at the end of the movie, it's not condemning capitalism. It's just making you think about the system that we live under and how it works and what motivates people and stuff like that. And so, like, his girlfriend, she didn't care. Like, and it was really about his ego. He kept on making more money. And she was like, man, you know, I liked you better before, you know? He was like, man, I lived in the fucking garage and shit. Like, I liked you better before. By the end of the movie, he ends up in the car with his friends, like a little shitty car. So I guess he decided to go back to not making as much money and just, you know, kind of live as a regular person.
People that haven't seen it?
Damn, did I spoil it? Damn it. I'm trying not to spoil it. My bad. Hey, I'm not that good at that.
I've seen it because when I saw Danny Glover talking with Steve Buscemi's voice, I had to see it.
That's what made me watch it. And they put that in the trailer. Is it in this trailer? But it was in the clip that I saw.
Yeah, it should be in this trailer.
And that's what made me watch it too. That voice, they sped up the voice or something, but it's so hilarious. It's like, turn on your white.
It was Steve Buscemi's voice. You know the guy, the bug-eyed guy, the Italian guy?
No, I don't. Who is that?
You know who he is? He's been in 1,000 things.
Yeah.
He was beat up and he was killed by Tony in The Sopranos.
Okay.
He's been in all those kind of things. I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, so that dude, that voice was so hilarious. They're like, turn on your white voice. Anyways, if y'all haven't seen this fucking movie, please go watch it. It's worth your time. They're gonna get me for that, but it was worth it. Yeah, sorry to bother you. Y'all go check that out when y'all have time. It's worth your time. The supporting cast, all the actors did great. The acting is awesome. The writing is like the writing is 2022. What I mean is, like, it's present. The writing is great and crisp, and the jokes are funny. It's really funny, but it also it's saying, the movie is saying something. It has a message. Well, not really a message, but it's just trying to get you to kind of like contemplate some ideas. You know what I mean? Just kind of open your mind up a bit. I think it's great. I'm so glad you sent me that, Doc. I love that freaking movie. That's fantastic. Oh, yeah, this guy. Yeah, I know that guy. Yeah, he's funny. That's why the voice was so funny. That makes sense. Let me see. Which one is it? This one. So that's the guy who did the voice. Can't make it any bigger. I don't think. Nah, I can't make it any bigger. Yeah, he's funny. So that makes sense why the voice was so funny. That movie was good from beginning to end. It had me on the edge of my seat, and I was like into it, and I watched the whole thing. I watched that movie a couple of times because it was good. Like, after it was over, I was like, I have to watch this again, because it was right after it was over. That's what I told myself. I have to watch this again, because they had a bunch of little like, I don't know, nuanced nuggets in there, you know, and I wanted to make sure I got everything. So I went back and watched that whole again. Yeah, that's a good one. Y'all check that out. Yeah, it's 3.5. Let's go over the fucking lyrics then. Let's do that. Let's go over the lyrics to that song. You there, Deuce? I think.
Yeah, I'm here.
Pat sent me the freaking transcript. Somebody sent me the transcript Freaking yeah, had you heard that song before?
Nah.
Hold on, let me see. It must have been through text message. Yeah, what did you think of that song? I can't play it. I'm not gonna play it because that's gonna get me in trouble. I'm gonna just read the lyrics.
It was a damn good song, bro. Like honestly, it truly was. Like I didn't even. I mean, I know Linkin Park was deep, but like, wow.
Yeah, it's one of that album is, I would say, my favorite album by them. And you could pretty much let that whole ride. And it has some political parts. It gets pretty political in some parts. But even throughout, it's all about human emotions, like, the human condition. That's why I love it. And there's the opening track from that album. What's the name of the album? I keep talking about it, but okay, the song is Hands Held High, but I don't have the album name right here. I see the album art, but I can't think of the name of it. But the intro song to that album is just like an instrumental. There's no words, and the first time I heard it, if I'm not mistaken, was in the intro of the movie 28 Days Later. And if y'all haven't seen 28 Days Later, there goes another movie suggestion if you like zombie movies, because that's my favorite zombie movie, I would say. Yeah, I would say that's my favorite zombie movie of all time, and I love zombie movies. I'm a horror movie buff, so I go back to the old stuff. Like one of the really good zombie movies is what is it called? Return of the Living Dead. It was in black and white. Anyways, 28 Days Later is really good. So, and the opening sequence of the movie has this track in the background of it, and I want to say it's the intro track to this album on the Linkin Park. And it's just, I don't know, it fit in the movie so fucking perfectly. Those people put that movie together so well. Anyways, I'm gonna read the lyrics. Let me drink. I'm gonna read the lyrics to this song. It's called Hands Held High. It's by Linkin Park. It starts off with Amen. Amen. It says, with hands held high into a sky so blue, as the ocean opens up to swallow you. And it kind of says that over. That's like the hook. How do I flip pages on this? Okay. It says, in my living room watching, but I am not laughing, because when it gets tense, I know what might happen. World is cold and bold men take action. Have to react to getting blown into fractions. 10 years old, it's something to see another kid my age drugged under the Jeep, taken and bound and found later under a tree. I wonder if he had thought the next one could be me. Do you see the soldiers? They're out today to brush the guts from bulletproof vests away. Like they understand you in the back of the jet. When you can't put gas in your tank, these people are laughing their way to the bank and cashing a check, asking you to have compassion and have some respect for a leader so nervous in an obvious way, stuttering and mumbling for nightly news to replay, and the rest of the world watching at the end of the day in the living room laughing like, what did he say? The hook comes in, it's like, amen. Sick of the dark, this is the next verse. Sick of the dark ways we march to the drumming, jump when they tell us that they want to see it jumping. That I want to, he says, screw that, I want to see some fist pumping. Miss something Take back what's yours. Say something that you know they might attack you for. Because I'm sick of being treated like I had before, like I'm stupid, standing for what I'm standing for. Like this war is really just a different brand of war, like it doesn't cater to rich and abandon poor. Turn my mic up louder, I got to say something. Lightweight step to the side when we come in. Feel it in your chest as syllables get pumping. People on the street, they panic and start running. Word on loose leaf sheet, complete coming. I jump in my mind, I summon the rhyme I'm dumping. Healing the blind, I promise to let the sun in. It's ironic at times like this. You pray, but a bomb blew up the mosque yesterday. There's bombs on the buses, bikes, roads, inside your market, your shops, your clothes. My dad, he's got a lot of fear, I know, but enough pride inside not to let that show. My brother had a book he would hold with pride. A letter read, cover the broken spine. On the back, he hand wrote a quote inside, when the rich wage war, it's the poor who die. Meanwhile, the leader just talks away, stuttering and mumbling for nightly news to replay, and the rest of the world watching at the end of the day, both scared and angry, like, what did he say? And it's like, amen. Then it says, with hands held high into the sky so blue, as the ocean opens up to swallow you. I feel like I'm losing y'all. We're at 3.5 hours. Doc says it's funny, but it's deep. It has a lot of what the fuck did he just say moments. He's talking about that movie. Opening theme to 28 Days Later was in a House in a Heartbeat by John Murphy. Doc. I'm gonna turn to a zombie on Doc. Brains. Got too much brains. It's easy to get to your brains now. You don't have the hair in the way. A result to personal insults. What did y'all think of the lyrics to that song?
Yeah, that was pretty deep, man. That was pretty deep.
Yeah. How did you feel when you listened to it? Did it make you feel some kind of way?
I mean, it was just like it made me think about it. And it's like it's kind of like the shit that has taken place, here.
Right, and right now. And
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
taking place now.
That's why it's relevant, and that's why I wanted to read it, because that's an old song, but it's like they could easily be talking about today. Like Pat say, it's the same play. What's happening in this? I don't care. I've lost my interest. Yeah, it's getting late. Odd symptom for new variant. Let's hear this.
Pleasuring a man, even if it means ending world hunger.
Assuming that would end global hunger, would you fillet another man?
I am curious with that young fellow, if it would solve world hunger, would you vote for Donald Trump?
And there you have it, Laura, straight from the horse's mouth himself. Back to you. Thank you, Laura. I am live here at the scene with breaking news. Texas Senator Ted Cruz would not commit to pleasuring a man, even if it means ending world hunger.
Assuming that would end global hunger, would you fillet another man?
What kind of fucking question is that? And did y'all see? I think it's funny though, because there's some jokes going around about Ted Cruz, There's always jokes going around, Mike. He's just a big joke. But the one about did I send y'all the John Oliver video? I can't play John Oliver on this show. They'll fucking come for my head. So, but I'd love to play it. But he talked about how the data, the way they could take data, right? And data mining and shit. And how they put an ad out there and they got all these Congress people actually to ping on this thing. And when they did, it gave them all kinds of information. And one of the questions that they clicked on was, it said, what was it? Erotic pictures of Ted Cruz or some shit like that. So you had Congress, and it had to be men too, because he said in the clip men. So they sent these out to, like, they had a demographic that they were looking for so that they could get the Congress people, because it was right around right in the circle of Washington, D.C., men between a certain age and the ones that be in a certain area between a certain time. So John Oliver showed how these private companies mine data from us. But it was funny because one of the clips was erotic pictures of Ted Cruz. So, and a good number of senators clicked on that link. That's funny. Well, why do they want to see erotic pictures of Ted Cruz? Why Congress people want to see erotic pictures of Ted? And why do they think there's a possibility that it would be real pictures of Ted Cruz floating around the internet? Anyways, I think that's funny. These damn shows, some of these shows y'all think be for kids, don't be. Let me see.
We're just about 2 minutes.
You are not the only one with powerful eyes.
Yeah, but I bet I'm the only one with see-through vision. You can just walk into people and take over their bodies from the inside? Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Danny, if you could control a girl for just about 2 minutes.
You are not the...
Yeah, like I said, maybe that's not for kids. Y'all be mad at me. Y'all should get mad at them damn TV shows that y'all putting y'all kids in front of. These people are not raising their kids, bro. They're sticking tablets in front of their kids and making Frozen the babysitter. That's fucking neglect.
Damn.
This was probably funny. Let me read this. This is Tony Baker. I'm a fan of this guy. He's funny. Let's see. It says, why men never open up.
I'm terrified of clowns.
The serious look back. Somebody, I'm afraid of clowns. That's a serious topic, though. You know, men being honest about their feelings and being dismissed.
Our bloodline, and we're given Black History Month, and we take that like it's some gift to us. No, it's a programming to us. Racism doesn't end until we get to a point where we stop having to put the word Black in front of it, because it's like we're putting the rim a little bit lower for ourselves. Like, if you erase our history, like most Black people, we don't know where we come. We think we came from slaves. We don't know our bloodline, and we're given Black History Month, and we take that like it's some gift to us. No, it's a programming to us. Racism doesn't end until we get to a point where we stop having to put the word Black in front of it, because it's like we're putting the rim a little bit lower for ourselves. Like, if you erase our,
I must say I agree with Kanye 100% on those comments. We're American, bro.
To say about me the other day in the press. Miley, what's good?
Hey, we're all in this industry. We all do interviews and we all know how they manipulate shit. Nikki, congratulations. And just because the VMAs have already started doesn't mean that the voting is done.
And now, back to
That shit old as fuck.
this bitch that had a lot to say about.
Yeah, well, you know how things come back. I don't think I ever saw that because I don't be giving a fuck about none of that shit. I only stopped on it because Nikki is cute.
I think under the Me Too laws and all that stuff in their rules, Nicki Minaj should have been canceled because she openly admitted that she used to drug and rob men. I mean,
That was
they
Cardi
sent Bill
B.
Cosby to jail for that, and he denied it. Yet she's not only gets a pass, but gets another platinum freaking album about singing about it.
Gets congratulated for it. That was
Cardi B.
But the point is still valid, and
My mistake. Yes, thank you. Points the same now.
the point is still valid. Yeah, so that's true, and that shows the double standard too, right, of society, right? And it's kind of like let's talk about domestic violence a bit. You know, look at this clip right here. This chick is hitting him in the back of the head. But domestic violence, is it always the men beating on the woman?
Nope. Majority
the
of the time, it's the woman beating on the man. That's why
But
what?
the man
Some pop
always
off
has
like,
to leave,
yeah, the man always has to. But you know what?
even if
My wife raised her hand. My wife raised her hand to hit me. I'm gonna let her beat the fuck out of me. So when the laws come, they take her ass. Cause we both ain't going. I ain't going to jail.
You gonna
let
make
that motherfucker. I'm gonna let her beat my ass, scratch.
You
me
gonna
up,
make
and
sure
all
it's some
kinds of
blood. Make sure it's bleeding. Hit me harder, make it bleed. And then when they get there, look what she did.
shit.
They're
Goddamn
gonna
right.
check her fingernails and her hands, and they're gonna be like, ma'am, you have to come with us. I'm
Damn
filing assault charges on your ass too. Shit. They like, do you want to file assault charges? Yeah.
Yeah, I do it the other way. If that hand comes up after me, I'm just like, okay, and I'll walk out the door.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm probably revealing something about myself, but I've filed fucking assault charges in a domestic situation like that before.
Doc, I'm gonna tell you something. I am married to a chocolate black woman. Walking out the door means nothing. That bitch will follow me. What the fuck?
Yeah, that normally happens to me too.
That's what happens, bro. I got locked in the house before. I was just trying to leave. I couldn't even leave.
That fire.
I got locked in. I was just trying to go. I don't want no confrontation. Can I walk out the door? No.
Hell nah. Where the fuck you going? Are you going to see that other bitch? What bitch? This bitch in your head?
Yeah, some shit, fantasy shit you just made up. Damn, bro.
Oh
And
no,
that's
if it's about that or like that, I'm out the door anyway. Because if you're inventing the fact that I'm cheating, you already decided you don't want to be with me, and you're just trying to find any excuse you can to end it. So
Yeah.
I'm obliging.
Yeah, me too. I'm out. It don't take much for me. These clips be happening all the time. What the hell is wrong with the ground in India?
What?
Look at this clip. It don't have no sound. The damn motorcycle came in on top of their ass. Damn. Y'all see this? The floor just gave out.
Oh yeah, India. I always see that shit about
That's
India,
what I'm saying. I be seeing clips like this all the time from India. What the
I
hell?
think this one might have been a little staged, but they didn't plan the motorcycle. Take a look at the
Yeah, I see it.
line.
I see the cracks in there. Yeah, I see
Hey,
that.
I don't know about you, but I sure as hell wouldn't be standing when it looked like that with that many people on it.
With that many people. Yeah, so
Hey,
but that's
you
a
know
dangerous
state here
ass thing to do for
Hey,
clicks.
I've hung out on way too many patios and porches in the fucking South. Fuck that shit.
Hey, you know what state is famous for sinkholes? Florida.
Yeah.
I watched a documentary of a couple They were laying in their beds, knocked out of sleep, heard a loud commotion in their house. They thought somebody was breaking in. Call the police. Husband grabs the gun. Nobody's in the house. So just so happened, they start going through the rooms, went to a guest bedroom. The guest bedroom exists no more. The floor is gone, dropped in the hole. They didn't even have the equipment to measure how deep the hole was underneath their house.
Nobody got hurt?
No, nobody got hurt. It happened in a guest room.
Well, good thing
Florida,
nobody was in that room. They wouldn't have been able to they probably wouldn't have been able to save them.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what else, bro. I used to be so scared when I hauled general freight being in New Orleans, because I'm sitting on a dock, right? And there's water literally in front of me across from the warehouse, and the forklift comes running across the concrete pavement parking lot or whatever, and all you hear is doo 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 doo. I'm like, man, this shit is hollow underneath. It's only a matter of time for this shit give out. There's nothing underneath this floor.
So they got the guy. Look, check it. They got the guy for the subway shooting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That guy, I saw that video earlier.
I didn't see it.
They say that they believe that he called in a tip that led them to himself.
Yeah, that sounds fishy as hell. That story sounds fishy as hell to me, y'all. I don't trust nothing no more. All I see is theater.
Yeah.
Look, 2 inmates at all women's New Jersey prison are pregnant after both had sex with the same transgender inmate after local ACLU Chapter 1 battle to house trans inmates in women's prisons. Let me read some more. I'm not going to make comments. I'm going to just read. It says the pregnant women are housed at the embattled Edna Mahan Correctional Facility in Clinton, which New Jersey governor announced plans to close. It is unclear if the women had sex with the same transgender woman. Edna Mahan houses 27 transgender prisoners and over 800 cisgender women. The correctional facility began to house inmates by gender identity last year after reaching a settlement in a lawsuit brought by a trans woman and the ACLU. Edna Mahan, the only woman prison in the state, does not require transgender inmates to proceed with reassignment surgery in order to be housed. In recent years, Edna Mahan has grappled with reporters of widespread abuses and systemic failures. 10 prison guards face criminal charges stemming from an alleged assault on inmates, including a transgender woman, in July 2020. So the COs they don't want to assault the. Oh, they just said assault. Okay, I was automatically, my brain was thinking sexual assault because that's what they're talking about earlier. So, but I was going to say the COs going want to sexually assault the transgender woman and not the regular women that's there. Sideways joke. That Doc said that. Doc said that joke. I didn't say that. I'm scared to comment on this one, bro. Everybody's so sensitive.
Let me just say this.
On this topic.
I worked in the prison. Whether it's a male or female officer, it's automatically called assault. And then if you get caught as a woman or male get caught having sex with a inmate, it's immediately called rape. Even though it may have been consensual, it's immediately deemed as rape because they're locked up.
Yeah, it cannot be consensual because one party has a position of power over the other.
Yeah. So it could have been a female having sex with that transgender dude, or it could have been a male. Either way, it's still assault.
They're getting free pass to Bone City, and we all know that.
That's what it sounds like to me. And I you said it, I didn't, Doc. But that's what it sounds like to me, bro. That's what it sounds like to me, bro. Like, bro, if I have to go to jail,
Yeah,
If I have to go,
I might as well say stuff because we already know the Taliban's after me.
but if I have to go to jail, shit, why don't I go to jail with the chicks?
Yeah.
I think
Hey,
that'll be more fun.
I'm sorry,
Man,
officer. I need to go to the other prison because I'm feeling cute today.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm gonna have the gender surgery, but after I get out of prison. So I'm planning to, I'm planning the transition. While I'm in here, I'm gonna keep my man parts.
I would say, okay, absolutely fine, but we're going to inject you with this stuff that's going to keep you soft the whole time you're in here. Because if you're a woman, you don't need that anyway, do you?
But they already do that though, and that's not even really funny
No,
because that's
no,
fucking
they
terrible.
don't. They don't because that's a violation of human rights. So they
But they
can't do
do.
it.
They
They
do.
don't do it in the prison.
They
These
cannot do
dudes.
it in the prison.
They don't do that, bro.
Well, how come these dudes that's been locked up for like 12, 15 years get out with all these fucking erectile dysfunctions and shit?
No, they don't. They don't. They don't do that in prison, bro. I
The
can tell you
only
that.
time chemical sterilization or that can be done is on a voluntary basis in people that are getting released on sex crimes. They can get released earlier if they say, yeah, I will take these drugs to never get wood again.
That's so mean, Doc. That's mean. Never again,
Man.
even after he gets out of prison. Damn.
Nah, that motherfucker don't deserve it, bro. Because most of them motherfuckers, they're sexually assaulting kids.
Well, it's that or many more years in prison getting done to him what he did in the first place.
You guys are harsh. Let me read this meme. It says, yeah, we're going to be short-staffed forever. So if you could just work yourself to death, that'd be great. Y'all saw that movie, right? Office Space. Man, I ain't gonna lie. That movie probably had a negative impact on my life because that's how much of an impact the philosophy of that movie had on me. Like, it's kind of like the Big Lebowski had on a lot of people, which that movie didn't affect me like that. But this one did. It made me reevaluate everything, bro. Like, I was like, this is a comedy, but I'm like, wait a minute. Everything they talk about is some real, true shit. And then what's the moral of the story of the movie? Because it's like nobody wins. Like it's and everything just keeps going. And it's kind of like how the world is. Like, it's just like a drama. You know what I'm saying? No real climax. After the movie goes on, you can imagine things just kind of continuing the way they were before.
You're probably a big fan of Waiting too.
Yes, I do. Did that come out around the same time?
A little earlier.
I used to be a restaurant manager. The part in that movie where he takes them out by the dumpster to get it's just that little extra. And I ain't gonna lie, when I was a restaurant manager, I found myself saying some of the lines out of that movie, and I was like, I had to stop myself, and I was like, wait. Wait, because that movie doesn't really make waiters look very good, and the people that work in cooks, nobody, the restaurant business, the managers, everybody looks like shit in that movie, and it's pretty damn accurate too. I'm sorry, and I've been working in the restaurant business my whole life, and that movie is accurate as fuck.
That's why when I go to a restaurant, I make sure I say an extra long prayer. Say grace, yeah. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm getting.
The thing is, it's not that it's that accurate in every restaurant. It's just that every single restaurant has at least one of those motherfuckers in it.
Yeah. The characters that they picked, I think they did perfect with that. The waiters, the different personalities.
I'm gonna tell you what get me, bro. Is when I'm at a restaurant. And I go in a restaurant, and I go in there to take a piss because I've had several drinks at this point. And the motherfucker that's usually got the black t-shirt on, he usually works in the kitchen. And this motherfucker comes out of the shit stall or the shitter and walks right out of there. I'm like, at that point, I'm like, I don't want shit to eat here. I don't want nothing to eat. I don't give a fuck if he was a bus boy. I don't care because they got a sink at the entrance of the kitchen. Now, once I see that, I'm done.
My defense is the fact that there is a better hand washing station with actual better shit than we leave for the customers right inside the door. But he should at least put some water on his damn hands and wipe it off, if not wash.
Right. Yeah. There's no
At
excuse
least make
because
the
the
effort
rule,
in front of a customer,
especially since you're in front of the customer, but without even if you're in there alone, the rule is, you're supposed to wash your hands twice. That's how it goes. You wash your hands, come out the restroom, and then you go wash your hands again. That's a food service rule.
Most food service employees actually wash their hands less during the pandemic because they weren't at work than they did normally.
Yeah, we wash our hands a lot. So I say that to y'all. Well, I do. I wash my hands so much during the day, my shit be getting like ashy.
That's because you OCD.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I would have no problem coming to the restaurant knowing that you're the cook.
I used to work in the medical field too, so that's another part. Like they teach you how to properly wash your hands. It's part of the training, how you get under your fingernails and shit like that. And also, my dad did. He was a mechanic, and so I would be out there with him. He had me working sometimes, and I learned about that fucking orange ass grainy soap, the kind that got the fucking shit in it. But that's the reason why I'm not. That's the reason why I'm not a mechanic, because I hate that shit, bro. Sometimes you can't get that shit out. It'll take you 2-3 days, and I hate my hands to be dirty like that.
Yeah, that's why I can't be a mechanic or a cook. I can't do slimy hands.
Most mechanics nowadays, they got the mechanic style latex gloves.
Yeah, they got the better gloves. They didn't have that back in the day. You couldn't use those gloves. They would have ripped up. Yeah, they have those really cool gloves now.
But I'm gonna tell you, bro, like Aunt Esther, being as a kid, I liked it to eat, and always going to Aunt Esther's house and knew it was always something to eat. And her, when you walk through her door, she'll tell you, she'll give you a hug, and right after that, go wash your damn hand. Like, dude, I'm literally like that. When I come from outside, come in my house. Before I do it, I could have been a week without a shower on the road and come in my house, and I will literally before I go touch my wife or my kids, I come to this sink. I put the water on not hot because the water in here gets extremely hot, but I put it on warm, and I wash my hands. I scrub them, like literally, and then I'll dry them, and then I'll go in there and kiss my kids, hug them, even though they're asleep. I'll kiss them, hug them, and my wife, like I'm so accustomed to that shit, bro. Like I don't even like to touch anything I'm gonna put in my mouth if I don't touch, like if I haven't washed my hands.
And Asta will be way in her room, and if you go in the kitchen, she gonna be like, "You better wash your hands before you open that refrigerator door." She'd be listening.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta wash your hands before you open the refrigerator. When you walk in the kitchen, you gotta wash your hands if you touch that refrigerator door.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll come in there and knock the shit out of your ass.
Heck yeah.
I was talking about this, and I'm trying to be careful with this too. I don't want to get in trouble, but what if this hand washing thing had a lot to do with Corona? People not washing their hands. Remember when Corona first started, and they had all the billboards and everything was like, "Please wash your hands. Please wash your hands." And what if instead of all these other precautions that they did, just having people do better hygiene would have had a better impact on that whole thing?
Bro, I'm gonna tell you like this here. Truck drivers that I know that don't take showers, Like they'll be out there for 2 weeks before they shower. When Corona hit, I'm talking about big burly dudes that should shower every day, if not every day, every other day. Because sometimes it's hard to shower every day if you are not a solo driver. You know, and even as a solo driver, because you may run out of time and get stuck at a rest area or something like that, so you may have to shower the next day. But I seen big burly dudes that went from, like, every time you saw these motherfuckers, they hands looked like they were working on somebody's engine. I seen them turn into the cleanest people in the world when Corona hit. I know a country boy from Ohio, farmer, rancher. Motherfucker never, like, this dude would go out there and wrangle cattle all day and then grab a damn hamburger with his bare hands and wouldn't wash his hands. I'm like, this mother turned into a neat freak. I don't want Corona. I don't want Corona. I'm like, motherfucker, all these years you've been touching cattle and pigs and ain't washed your hands. Like, but you true. I mean, it could be, Chaka. It really could be.
I was thinking about that really heavy. About people's hygiene and how the whole thing spread, and you know, and then they was talking about the masks and stuff, but most likely, because I had just took a class. Actually, I took a class right in the middle of Corona. It was called Diseases of Antiquity. And we learned a lot about diseases throughout the evolution of humans. And so, but a lot of those diseases was caused by fucking people being dirty, bro. People not washing their hands, you know. And
I try to be. I'm just this clean person, man. I just, you know, I am, bro. It's like I never forget. I never forget this this chick who my wife, well, she wasn't friends with her after this. This chick made this comment because I was way bigger than what I am now, but I always been a big dude. And this chick made this comment, you know, kind of insinuating that big dudes smell, don't have hygiene. And my wife went off on her. But like I've always kept up good hygiene. Like you're not gonna see me and can ever say that I smell or I'm disgusting. Like I just, that's how we were raised, man. Even though we were poor, we were raised to have good hygiene. And
I hate these.
I think it has a lot to do. I think it has a lot to do with it. I mean, of course, you know, Corona was, you know, created in a petri jar, but at the same time, I really feel like just disease altogether is just an abundance of a collection of bacteria or whatever that you don't, you know.
Yeah,
keep clean,
people wiping.
neutralize.
People, let me say it plainly. People wiping their ass, not washing their hands, and then shaking your hand and making food for you and shit like that.
yeah, that's why I don't shake hands, bro. That's why I tell you I don't even like really doing the fist pump. I'll do an elbow pump because most of the time, because of my job, I'm in long sleeve fire retardant shirts anyway. I'd rather just, hey bro, hit you with the elbow. Hey, yeah, man. Keep on pushing. Man, I ain't touching your hand, bro.
I did a post on Instagram right after Corona started. It got a bunch of likes too, or share. I don't remember. And it was like, thanks to Corona, we got rid of all them fake ass handshakes.
Yeah.
Never liked them anyway.
Like,
yeah.
bro.
Now I don't have to feel. I always shied away from handshakes. Now I don't have to feel so awkward because everybody is kind of timid about it now.
Man, look, you talking to a dude that once my children reach the tender age of 2.5, 3 years old, I stopped drinking behind them. My son was notorious for grabbing your drink, even with a straw. and you got food particles. Like, nah, bro, daddy love you, but I ain't drinking behind your little nasty ass. Like,
I try not to.
drink be-
I
I
try
don't
not to do
drink
that.
behind my kids.
My kids get me sick all the time, bro, all the time.
I don't know about anybody else, but
I be drinking and eating that for them. They get me sick all the time.
Folate is
My
very
daughter
good
be
for
like-
women during pregnancy as well.
As a server, I get sick once or twice a year. It's always right after back to school, in either spring break or right after holidays.
Yeah.
All about kids and a bunch of kids being up around me.
And they not thinking of waiters as frontline workers. Shit. And we mostly worked through the pandemic. We closed for a little while and then we opened back up. And fucking it's, you know, I mean, I wasn't afraid of like that. I wasn't thinking like that. But, you know, for the people who were, I mean, and you know, dealing with people's plates and their glasses, whatever the hell they're touching and spitting on and shit. I have to wash my hands every time I go back to the kitchen. Every time I go into the kitchen, I have to wash my hands after touching these people's plates and glasses and shit. And the napkins are the fucking worst. I leave the napkins there for the fucking busters. God forgive me. I don't mean fucking busters, but I'm just saying I don't want to touch your fucking y'all niggas be doing nasty ass shit with y'all napkins.
Tell Tiffany Haddish.
That dude is
only
speaking
eat
truth,
watermelon.
bro.
with
Your
seeds in it.
watermelon need to have seeds in it, bro.
And I can make sure
Does
that she
not have
gets some.
seeds. It's a hybrid. It's
Tell her that
an
as well.
in lab. A watermelon that the seed was bred in lab.
What is dude talking about? That's what he's talking about.
Don't eat
Eating fruit
none
with
of this
seeds.
if it don't have seeds. You understand? Because if it doesn't have seeds,
He's
in
also
it
showing
means
his
it can't
abs in
recreate
his
its own life.
chest. But yeah.
Yeah, I ain't looking at that, but I'm just saying the fact of, like, you know, like that's just
If
like
it can't
your
recreate its own
limes.
life,
You
it
need
can't
to
recreate life in you or create life in you.
you need
No.
to use like key limes.
Only if it
You
has
know,
seeds, and
those
eat
are
the
the
seeds because they have
organic
enough folate
ones.
in them. Very
You
good
know,
for male
eating fruit
reproductive
like
system.
kiwi,
Folate
pomegranate.
is very
You
good for
know,
women during pregnancy as well. Helps the baby
grapes,
with healthy brain
grapes
development.
with
So,
seeds in it.
They
You
told
know
us
what I'm
not
saying?
to. They told us as a
Grapes.
kid. They told me as a kid not to eat the seeds. They said a watermelon gonna grow in your stomach.
No, you're supposed to. Like the seeds, like kiwi, watermelon that has seeds. Like, dude, that's like my wife, she bought a watermelon. She was like, and I'm like, it don't have no seeds in it. And she was like, well, and then so she got to looking, and I'm like, man, because as a kid eating watermelon, you always had them big ass black seeds in your watermelon. Like, you know, a seedless watermelon, you're doing yourself a disservice talking about, oh, I'm gonna buy this seedless watermelon and go home and juice it. What are you juicing? You need to juice the watermelon that has the big black seeds in it because that is the nutrients.
Yep, you can actually eat the seeds, and then really the nutrients go all the way down to the rind.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Yeah, I used to get slapped in the back of the head because, you know, when they would slice up watermelon, I would eat that little white part of the rind. Yeah, I used to get slapped in the back of the head. Chalky used to tell me, "What the fuck's wrong with you? Why are you eating that watermelon like that? Ain't nothing on there."
Oh shit! I if good ass
Because I was
watermelon.
Mikey. I was Mikey as a kid, bro. I ate everything.
Hey, but
Y'all
if you
been-
But good ass watermelon, you gonna eat it to the rind because you ain't gonna even know. You gonna be at the skin for you know. Munching that
Well,
shit.
yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I purposely chew up some seeds and eat it because, you know, the chief of our tribe, he's a biochemist, and he's like, no, those every part of that watermelon is good for you, and whether you know you eating it down, you can juice it, but that's where all the minerals and stuff is. And then, like even with the seeds, I think once you bite them and open them up, it's got something within the seeds that gives some another level of benefit to you. It's like watermelon is like the best food you can eat.
And I'm gonna get racial right quick, but I really find it's so dumb. Like racism is so stupid, but like fried chicken. You know what I'm saying? They say fried chicken and watermelon, But who the fuck don't like fried chicken? Who the fuck don't like? Everybody loves fried chicken. Everybody loves watermelon. It's
Bro,
totally
don't
not
even
racial.
get on the fried chicken shit, bro, because Mama was notorious for sending my like I would be the only kid on the field trip that had the Kool-Aid made out. You remember the Kool-Aid that came in the little tub that had the cap on it?
Yeah.
I would be the only kid that had the strawberry or the fruit punch Kool-Aid, and she would always send me on the field trip with 3 slices of bread with mayonnaise on it and fried chicken. Like every field trip, I got fried chicken legs and Kool-Aid and chips.
But see, fried chicken is good cold though, so like that makes sense.
Bro, I used to get this and my bottles of water got frozen in the freezer, wrapped in aluminum foil. Like I used to be at school, I'm the only black kid. I said, Daryl, why do you gotta unwrap your bottle out of the aluminum foil? I don't know.
It's just how we do things in our household. Shit. Stop asking me questions. Look at this. Look at this right here, y'all. So I ain't the only one thinking that this whole thing sounds funny, but this is from the Free Thought Project. And remember, it says investigators identify Brooklyn subway shooting after finding a credit card at the scene. And then it shows the Back to the Future clip where he's like, I've seen this one. And then at the bottom, it has, this is official right here at the bottom. Hijacker's passport found, blocks from World Trade Center crash site. And then it has like this. And then, I mean, man, did y'all go down that road? Everybody went down that fucking rabbit hole on the internet of 9/11, right? I guess it's safe to talk about it now. This is like if we talked about this back then, it would be like talk about Corona now. But how they randomly found the intact as it out of the plane, like some dude was flying a plane, crashed it into a building, and they found his intact as government ID. But anyways, my point is that they're making fun of the New York shooting right here. Because it says investigators found suspect of Brooklyn subway shooting after finding credit card scene. Then it has the Back to the Future clip. I mean, if you can get the meme, they're basically saying, I've seen this before. They're talking about the Brooklyn, the New York shooting. And like you said, him doing his own tip and all of that, like, something ain't right, bro.
Doing his own work.
Right.
He got paid to go to jail.
Yeah,
hey, look, we're not gonna even really take you to jail. We're just doing this for the camera, but you're never to be seen on the streets again. We're gonna send you to such and such. You're gonna be in the safe house.
Hey, I sent a Renaissance painting of a watermelon on your Facebook, and I made a comment on Twitch which explains what it is.
It says Stanchi's watermelon, which was painted sometime between 1645 and 1672, offers a glimpse of a time before breeding changed the fruit forever. So look at that watermelon. It looks totally different. And at this time, I ain't gonna lie, you guys, the art that I took some art classes, and it kind of pissed me off because we focused on the fucking Europeans, just like we do everything. And it irritated me, like nobody else is making art. But that shit that they made during the Renaissance, they made some badass shit back then. And then they were focused on realism before they got into like the surrealism shit. So they tried to make everything like real fucking life, like. And I think that's from this time period right here that Doc sent me this painting. So look how different the watermelon looks.
My godmother. Yeah, I see that.
Looks
my
like a
godmother,
squash.
Yeah,
Well,
my
no,
godmother, she's
no,
from Hempstead.
That's say, bro. That's what they call it is it's like the original watermelon, but it's
that's
like
what he said.
it's like a little small handheld. Like it's not it wasn't like as big as like it's like almost like the size of a apple or something. What they
It
call
was
it?
about the size of a small pumpkin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like small pumpkin. Like a big hand pumpkin or a small pumpkin, if you understand.
Yeah.
My godmother, she's from Hempstead, and her dad, he owns a lot of land out there, and they still have it to this day. And he grew watermelon, and I remember as a kid going to her house, on the north side, um, and I remember her having watermelons like that, totally different from what we would see, in the stores as a kid. But I remember her having watermelons like that, all the time. You know what I'm saying? And they still have, I don't know, like they still have the farmers market out there in Hempstead. Like I forget what it's called, but you can go out there and they have these fields and you can go out there and pick all of the different fruit that you want, and you pay at the end. Like they give you these big baskets or carts to push around out there in the middle of the field, and you go out there and you pull it from the plants or yourself, you know what I'm saying? Yourself, and you pay at the end. And I remember going out there and even with her and picking watermelons and apples and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? They have a place like that in Alvin as well too, called the Strawberry Farm, where you can go out there and pick your own strawberries and stuff. But yeah, I've seen those quite a bit as a kid. And you talk about super sweet, man. Like, yeah, amazing tasting fruit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It wasn't this thing is wasn't just watermelon. Like it's damn. I don't know why. Like I can't think of it right now, and I can't look it up on my phone. But anyhow,
What you talking about, Pat? I'll look it up. My phone is free.
the
So say, just
what
give me some notes. I can get it.
the water no that watermelon, the type that it is I was trying to think of the name of it because like I think you can only find it in like Africa now. But
Let me play this.
they have it as a they break it.
Let me play this clip right here. World Summit. You was talking about this. I hate to change the subject, but check this.
Of this session. Are we ready for a new world order? And the title of this session, are we ready for a new world order?
That was a clip from the World Government Summit that what you was talking about, Pat.
Yeah.
That I still haven't really checked out. You said 6 hours, and that already made me like,
That's just for day one.
Yeah, I need somebody to synthesize that for me. I probably could find a video. People when there's a need for somebody's out there doing. That's one thing I love about the internet, and I've been on it for a while now, so I know I'm pretty good at searching. So I'm pretty sure I could find with enough time. Damn, that was pretty cool. Look at that chain reaction. Anyways, I'm distracting y'all. What was y'all talking about? There they go playing that clip of arresting this guy again. They're just gonna keep on showing that. Then they're gonna talk about that other guy getting arrested. The attorney. What was it? The freaking lieutenant governor.
Sugar baby watermelons.
Oh, is that what you were talking about, Pat? Sugar baby watermelons?
I guess look type in African watermelon, and it's because it's.
Let me play this.
And teaches your kids lies about America. Teaches your kids that there's no such thing as male and female, which is one of the biggest lies of all. These are lies, and I hate using the term. It's like the L word to me. There's really no male and female. I mean, there's male and female in cats and in dogs, And in zebras and in antelopes and in lions, but not in humans? Okay, it's so absurd as to not need much talk right now. Virtually every college is awful and teaches your kids lies about America.
I don't know about virtually every college is awful, but the rest of what he said, and I don't think they teach you in school that there's no genders.
You don't think so, right?
No, I don't think they teach you that in school. What curriculum is that on? Whose curriculum is that on? Teachers have to follow the curriculum. And they don't even make
and they're creating new ones as you think that nothing is happening to our children at school, but you know.
Dude, I can show you clips of teachers talking about how their 5, 7, 8-year-old kids are so great because we had these gender identity talks and pronoun talks and things like that. I can show you clips of that.
No, he ain't gonna believe it because he don't want to.
I see it. I believe it when I see
it. It is individuals. It is not state. I will give that. It is not state curriculum.
It's mostly
these,
Democrat.
It's mostly Democrats. They're the ones in there. And we can't get cameras in the classroom because pedos. And until we can find some way to monitor them, and parents should be able to watch what's going on in the classroom with their kids, you know, it's not going to have any kind of thing because these teachers who will teach whatever they want on top of the curriculum. I mean, it's all about their opinions. That's why it's gone, you know, that's why socialism is such a great idea, yet everyone knows giving the government control of things is not a good idea.
Yeah. Local communities, but I think there should be a baseline that everybody learns though. But yeah, I don't know about the gender pronouns being I don't know about needing to talk about that in class. I was going to talk about this, but they're talking about the oldest Bible dated in Ethiopia and talking about how Christianity really came out of there instead of Rome. It says during Italian invasion, fire was set to 1930s to destroy monasteries. Nevertheless, the Bible survived. That line I wanted to say because that's the original Christianity of Egypt was established by the Apostle Mark in AD 42 in Ethiopia, where it spread to Europe and some part of Asia. We have been told Christianity came from Rome. Is there more? I don't want to play it. It has like music in it. Ethiopia Bible is the oldest and most complete Bible on earth. That's what they're saying. So, but that part about them coming in and burning the damn monasteries, but basically libraries, you know, I wonder what was lost in there in that fire. And I wonder, you know, did the Bible survive for a reason? Like, that was it just one person like, man, I gotta save this, or was it that the rest of this shit we don't want them niggas to read, but this shit right here, let's let them have that.
Well, probably were people who had private libraries that was able to, you know, hide some of that, or even somebody who, you know, they weren't really looking at that, you know, like some of these books that's left over, because they were mostly going to libraries and, you know, public places that had these books, some schools or stuff that they wanted to get rid of, you know, certain books. But yeah, there's no way you can get rid of everything just because that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah. And it's so sad, like the Library of Alexandria. And the more I read about history, the more I learn about how much was lost and stuff that, you know, really can't be replaced, that you can only kind of like, then you have to use secondhand sources is what we call it. Because, you know, somebody wrote about the book or whatever. Somebody, you know, saw it and, I don't know, memorized part of it or something. But yeah, them burning books, and I think that's what this is going on with this, and they're using that, which I was just talking about, as a way to just burn books in a new way. Like they don't literally burn them. They just ban them and pull them out of the schools. I don't know what books are talking about gender identities in schools. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp on Tuesday signed into law a measure allowing Georgians to conceal and carry a handgun without a permit. The Georgia Constitution Carry Act cleared the state legislation at the beginning of the month along party lines. So it's legal to carry and conceal without permit. We got something like that in Texas, don't we?
Yeah, they already did that in Texas.
It's getting late. I don't know. What y'all got final thoughts or whatever? Opinions?
Nah, man, I'm shit.
I light y'all up if I talk about the transgender kids. Teach your kids about different. I don't really agree. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. But I don't. I think that that's another one of them damn political things.
You sound like my dad.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I still believe so much in America and their greatness that you just can't imagine.
Well, the schools suck. I always complain about the schools. They teach to the test. It's a prison, But damn, you're gonna add on top of all of that. I don't know, turning them into transgenders. I don't know, bro. I really don't.
No, they're trying. See, the whole thing is they're trying to restructure the thought process of kids so that just like what they did with racism, over time, because most people, that were adults, knew that there was no real such thing as, people being a different race just because of their color. It's all a human race. But over time, they kept implanting certain things and ideas in their head to where it became a generation of kids that was just like, no, you different. I'm different. You different. You know what I'm saying? But that's kind of what they're doing with kids, to think that, you can be any damn thing. So that's what they're hoping on. But, I think that's something that, parents, as long as they do pay attention, they can divert some of that crazy energy. And it's like, yes, you are a girl. Yes, that's a boy. Only, boys are born with these things. Girls are born with this thing. It's just, but if you just sit around and act like it's not a thing.
I think that's part of the reason why I think it's not a thing, because it feels like, I have 3 kids. I don't think they have any misunderstandings on what
you probably have to be more concerned about Mackenzie than any your other 2, because your other 2 has gone through a period already that they probably think it's hopeless to try to teach them. Now they may want them to be sympathetic to these groups, but as far as to making them feel like there is no gender, that's the one you might have to kind of check every now and again with Mackenzie on what she thinks. Right.
And that's where talking to your kids come in, because I think that talking to them is where it's at. And
because most of it happens, a lot of the stuff is even subliminally, because they'll try to, because Disney, they're trying to go through with at least half of the the characters being some kind of LGBT character. So they're definitely moving to trying to like start with the kids. Like it's well, I say start, but like really trying to implant certain things in the kids' minds with the gender binary, non-binary, all these different things, so
Cultural generational warfare. I keep talking about it.
Yeah, you're right. I agree.
I can tell you guys haven't looked it up yet, what I'm talking about, because you'd be like, oh, no shit.
Send us something and we'll cover it on the show.
I dropped the wiki link because I want you guys to go to it so you get a basic idea what Wikipedia says. And that way you can look into it. Because, man, a lot of people, Rogan's talked about it, Tim Pool, a lot of other, but mostly right-wingers talk about it because they're the ones that are seeing, hey, this shit started in the 60s and 70s. Stalin said, when we come in, we won't have to come in with tanks and guns. You will accept us with open arms.
Yeah.
And that is what we are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, but no, they're almost demonizing people if they talk against it. It's like how.
I'm sure I'm going to get a hit or a strike pretty soon. But you notice that I'm on like 5 platforms too.
That's how I stay safe, bro. They can't knock me off of all of them. I'm gonna be here on one or the other.
My question is, are they going to go after you because of some shit I said?
They do. Well,
I literally had the Taliban put their fucking flag on my page, and that's why I got banned for 30 days.
Yeah, well, I don't think maybe somebody hacked your page, and it was just because the flag on the page is what caused them to get on you, because they're gonna
No, they did. No, they hacked my page. They took my Dakaragawa, which is just my, hey, I check in here, I'm home, that's where I live. They used the free ads for it and stuck me with a $27 bill if I want to put ads out for my own page now. They invited 2 friends and made them administrators so they could have that privilege. And they posted a couple of things which were, I don't even know what they were because they were removed completely. So I couldn't even see what they were. And this is 2 posts. And then they posted the Taliban flag as the last one, which is what got me my extra 30-day ban.
Well, what I'll say is when the internet is dangerous, and you have to be careful what you click on. You had to have clicked on something. You know what I'm saying?
Nope. Remember the night before it happened. The night before. Trust me, it's not a click. Trust me, it's not a click. I know better. I have protections in place for that. It was a direct hit on my Facebook, and I know that. Because the night that it happened, the day that it happened, it happened literally within a half an hour between 2 times I checked my Facebook, and it happened after the night that I was speaking certain things about the shall we say high prophet of a certain religion that I called a couple of things that would be considered bad in our day and age.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Most people, information that gets hacked, especially through your phone or whatever, is a these text messages where they send you these Walmart gift cards or whatever, Lowe's, Target, some kind of bullshit thing that they're offering you, and as soon as you click,
I'm better than that. I'm better. Trust me. This was a direct attack on my Facebook account.
Yeah, sometimes it's easy to get into your account too with the browsers, because your browser can have your password saved in
I
it.
have multiple channels open during a stream. They find out what those channels are. They go back through them. They hit them. Since then, I turn my internet off when I'm not online, and I haven't had a problem.
My only thing I ever got hacked was my Tinder. I back in the day, I had a Tinder and it got hacked.
Y'all ever use DuckDuckGo when doing searching on stuff on
what is
web?
I know that's a
Not
browser.
yet, but I've heard a lot of good about it.
Yeah, me too. I've been hearing about it. It's a browser, right?
Yeah. It's
Instead
private.
of using Google. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're data mining us like crazy. I'm probably gonna talk about that tomorrow. That's in one of the videos that I sent y'all. They're data mining us like crazy, bro. Like in multiple ways, bro. And then, it was the John Oliver clip. Yeah, I'll pull it up and read the comments because I can't play that video. But yeah, they're fucking, bro. That's where it's going on. Let me play this.
The reason this is so weird is because Stanley is also Barack Obama's paternal grandfather. Yes, he raised Barack Obama. They are related. He's also the cousin of George Bush. He has been related to 6 sitting presidents of the United States. His cousins include James Madison, Harry Truman, Lyndon B. Johnson, Jimmy Carter, George H.W. Bush, and George W. Bush. Through common ancestor Maureen Duval, a wealthy merchant who had migrated from Maryland in the 1650s, Stanley Jr. is related to former Vice President Dick Cheney as well. Here's Barack Obama with Stanley and his wife. It makes perfect sense of why Michelle Obama and George Bush were so close. Like they legit act like they're husband and a wife or like related. The way they're constantly hugging and kissing, and it's just weird. And here we are again. Bill Clinton, George Bush, Hillary Clinton, Obama, Michelle Obama, and who's that? Melania Trump. You guys are not even going to believe the stuff I found out about Trump. I'm still having a hard time with it, but I'll make that one next.
Whatever, bitch. But the freaking that clip shows that it doesn't matter about Republican or Democrat, and people. I wish people could like try to freaking get that through their head.
I've been saying that for so long. I don't.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter, bro. They are the same. They're buddies. If they're not related, they're friends. They hang out.
I mean, one thing though you can't say is that idealistically, and their approach to how to handle things are different. So, yeah, you might want to look at it from that standpoint.
Yeah, the means to the same end.
But overall, they're still all trying to get to the same ends. And Democrats used to be the softer, in my opinion, but now they're like the straight hood, like they some gangsters, like they want to be the ones that's like.
Yeah, I think Hillary Clinton brought that kind of swagger to the Democratic Party. Hillary Clinton still has a lot of power, even though we don't see her on the scene.
I think she has more power than all of them. I think the only reason why Bill Clinton became president was because of her.
I think so too, and I think the same thing about Barack, bro. For Michelle,
Look, man,
That
here's
means
the way I see
Hillary
it
was
right
doing
now.
a lot of fucking and sucking back in the day.
Here's the way
she
I
wasn't
see
no
it right
freak.
now.
She was pretty too. She was cute, bro. You would have gave it to her. I would have gave it to her back in the day.
Shit, Hillary was a freak back then, bro. I don't care what nobody say. Can't tell me she wasn't. She done a lot for Bill to get in office, buddy, to get her shit pushed across. Sorry, Doc. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc. What were you saying? I mean, we was chopping you up. Go ahead.
Oh no, never mind. I lost it.
Sorry, bro.
Doc's
fucking-
like Doc said that you said that you're gonna fuck Hillary. He's like, fuck this. I lost my whole train of thought. This motherfucker's gross.
He's like, that image, the image, get it out.
Pat sitting over there in his truck, like, I can't believe this motherfucker said this shit.
No, I mean, I've seen pictures of her when she was young. I think she was very pretty.
Yeah.
But
She probably got a jaws for a vagina now. Just chop your shit off. Just bite you. Oh, you want some? Bill ain't seen that in years.
Careful, man. You tell too many secrets, you might end up committing suicide.
I know, right? Hey, I'm speculating. This is a conspiracy theorist hour.
You know, getting shot in the park in the back of the head, committing suicide by shooting yourself in the head twice
I
in the
know,
park.
bruh. The more you learn about Hillary Clinton, the scarier she gets.
but she's connected to she's connected to the royal families and stuff as well. You know what I'm saying? So
Hey, that shit funny what Doc just said. Coming to you live on Channel 2 News here at KPRC only news outlet. This is a KPRC only story that we're covering. Father of three has been fatally shot, and we think that it's a self-inflicted wound here at the University of Houston campus.
In the back of the head.
He shot himself from the back of the head from 30 feet away.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we found his cell phone here with some disturbing, folks, we warn you now, this is a disturbing text, but we're going to read it.
It's some weird shit that's been going on forever.
Damn, that's a fat one right there. That motherfucker damn near the size of her thighs.
It was a drawing.
That's not a camel toe. That's an elephant foot.
Y'all caught that? How the hell y'all catch that? It was on the screen for like 3 seconds.
Bro, every dude
missed
catches
it.
that.
I wasn't even looking at the screen.
It was on the screen for 3 seconds. They latched on. What was I gonna say? Yeah, man, freaking Hillary Clinton's pretty scary. Yeah, so we probably shouldn't talk about her too much. Like, for real.
Hillary may give you your wish and give you some and then kill you afterwards. Ain't that what Black Widows do?
I don't think she fucks dudes.
She'll fuck you.
I think it's been years since a dude got some.
You might have to worry about her turning you over and
raping you.
Yeah.
Hillary will tell you some shit like, you don't want to die. You're going to get fucked by all of these 80-year-old senators.
I wonder what be going on in some of those parties, bruh. Like, and I've been to some crazy parties myself, so I can only imagine what a group of people who
Kanye
have
West
no.
showed you in that video of all of them laying naked on those different beds.
Yeah, I saw that, but that's not all that intense right there. But what I'm saying is,
I was a DJ from '84 to '92. That's just all I'm gonna say.
So you've seen it all, basically. So I've been to some crazy parties, but I can only imagine a party where people who, they don't care about the law, they have unlimited resources, they got connections. What the fuck they be doing in their parties?
Man, you go to a party.
They pay very well for DJs not to talk about.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you, when you go into some parties that's inspired by ecstasy and cocaine, you end up seeing some pretty weird shit.
Well, that's just regular. That's the club on the weekend. I'm talking about.
And see, that was the good cocaine back then too. The stuff that was just coming in when they were cutting out the Mexican cartels. So it was a lot purer because they were competing for the better stuff.
Bro, my dad was telling me some stories about back in the day I forget the club in Houston. It was in downtown Houston. It was like the club where all of the high power people went, people that were in government, all of your celebrities. That's how he met Red Fox and Richard Pryor and all of them back in the day. But it was a club
The
in
comedy,
downtown
the
Houston.
laugh stop or whatever. It's got to be
Well,
the one you're talking about.
it may be, but it was a club, bro. It was like
The blues.
It was
Body
like
of
where
Blues.
all of the celebrities went, because his oldest sister, the pretty one, Glenda. She messed with some pretty high powered dudes back then, as well as she was a pimp. She pimped out women, but she invited my dad at like 20 years old, and he was telling me that he remembered people that was like in Congress, the Senate and shit, like back in his day. They were in there, and it was like these gold vase that sat on each one of them little sections in their on their table in the middle of their little sections, and it was full of like some of the most hot, the most potent coke you could get, the best coke money could buy. You know what I'm saying? And they had all kind of prostitutes running in and out. Men sleeping with men, men being dominated by women that had those kind of fetishes and shit, like all kind of shit, bro.
That don't sound that crazy to me. Doc, tell me you got a crazier story. Cause I'm sure. Like, what you talking about, Deuce? I mean, it is crazy. Don't get me wrong.
I think that was crazy for people back in the 70s, though. This was like back in the 70s and shit.
Nah,
like
man.
that.
Free sex, free love. More weed and cocaine. Let's all just kumbaya together.
I can't say anything for do not disclosure, gag order kind of stuff, but I do know that a certain movie, porn movie, two of these, the whole thing got pulled and a whole bunch of shit went down. 2 or 3 companies went down and like 20 different guys went down because the male and female that were doing the show were both 17 at the time. And while it was legal in the state of Texas for them to have sex, the movie, the filming of it was child pornography because they weren't 18. So nothing happened to them, but the studio and everyone around it just blew the fuck up and went down hard.
Yeah. They kind of be on that shit. Yeah, but I heard somebody like I don't know, I was reading comments. Chick was talking about how there's some videos up on some of the free like porn sites, and she reports the videos because it was her in it, and she was like, I was underage. I told you what age I was when this was filmed, and they still keep it up. So I think that they are heavy-handed.
Once it's up, it's up.
Yeah.
This one actually, unless someone gets a print of it somehow, will never come out. God, I hope it doesn't come out. But it's like I said, it's since it was what was it, 85? So there's only, it never like went to DVD or anything like that. It got stopped in pre-release and big lawsuits and everything.
That's crazy. Hey, I know Ogun has seen some crazy shit. She got some good grip like that. I guarantee you. I guarantee you that grip is like no other. You finna blow in like 0.25 seconds.
The internet is a
Either
motherfucker.
that, Either that or it feels like a hand grenade went off behind an Arby's counter.
That shit did look like Arby's roast beef with the white cheddar on that motherfucker. Talk about an ugly sandwich that feels
We
good.
got the meats.
You guys are terrible, bruh. Hey, it's probably people, chicks walk around with that same shape too, bruh.
Hey, bro, I ain't discriminating because if I run across one and she giving it up and it's like that, look here, we just finna go for it. I know that. Hey, I'm gonna tell her. Hey, she gonna have to sign a goddamn. What are them things that make you sign when they relinquishing all liability?
Yeah.
Yeah, she gonna have to sign one of them. Cause that motherfucker finna go off in about 5 seconds. Look here, you can call me spoiled, bitch. I paid for it. I don't give a fuck.
It's like
I'm up for a fight. I'll tongue punch it.
y'all niggas is retarded. Fucking well, what I'll say is once you get that far, it's too late anyways, probably. Like, how you gonna back out?
Bruh, that all of that Libya right there, bruh, you not, man, come on. That grip right there, yeah, you gonna home. Yeah, look here. You gonna sign this. I have no responsibility as to what happened.
Okay, here's red meat for y'all. I don't see nobody getting off the bus though.
Or 3 dozen migrants on board. We believe
It just rolled into Washington.
It just rolled into Washington. I think they initially wanted to drop off the migrants at the U.S. Capitol, but I think as close as they could get would be near Union Station.
They could be processed on the bus.
They're being processed. They're inside right now.
It kind of looks like a Columbus Circle right there. So that is what Jen Psaki referred to as, well, that's just a publicity stunt.
Nope, it's not.
That's not going to happen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is happening. Meanwhile, we're going to show you some exclusive pictures. We're going to take you down to Washington, D.C. It's a Fox News alert. Remember when Greg Abbott said in Texas that if the federal government is going to drop migrants off in Texas, we will provide them free bus rides to our nation's capital? That is a bus with 2 or 3 dozen migrants on board. We believe
it just rolled into Washington.
It just rolled into Washington. I think they initially wanted to drop off the migrants at the U.S. Capitol, but I think.
Okay, that's red meat for y'all. But why come they didn't show nobody getting off the bus? Why even show these pictures? Because they don't have no value. We don't know nothing about this bus. It says team loaded. Nobody's getting off. We can't even tell if there's anybody on there. In this picture, it looks like there's no one on this bus. And then they said 2 to 3 dozen. How many is it? How come you don't know how many it is? Go ahead. I know y'all want to back them up.
Well, no, that was somewhat talked about before. They're telling them that they're they're getting a ride to DC, and they were out. Somebody had was talking to them. They got off and they were eating their food. I guess Abbott or whoever bought for them. And it says that after they leave DC, they were going to give them a free trip to Miami. But that free trip to Miami is really a free trip back to South America.
Yeah, well, I heard a lot of stories about them putting them on planes and flying them places. And all the money they spend on getting them out of here, I don't know, bro. I don't even know.
It's nothing compared to them moving in and taking care, giving them resources.
Well, you probably steady flying them back and forth. They probably using y'all as a free fucking flight. You know what? I'm gonna go take a vacation, and they're gonna catch me eventually. They're gonna fly me back for free.
I don't think these people that's coming from South America, I don't think they're just taking these trips through the jungle of South America from Colombia and between Colombia and Panama just for the hell of it. Like they really thinking they really trying to get here.
Let me play this.
Off Gitmo to face military tribunals for sedition, adding
I hope this is true. Quote, this is a fight.
Wait, that's Tucker Carlson she's talking about? Hold on.
Quote, it's very simple. We have multiple paths. We control them all. We have operational control, total leverage, moral high ground. POTUS must start second term now.
Quote, Biden crime family and ballot fraud co-conspirators, elected officials, bureaucrats, social media censorship mongers, fake stream media reporters, etc., are being arrested and detained for ballot fraud right now and over coming days and will be living in barges off Gitmo to face military tribunals for sedition, adding, I hope this is true. Quote, this is a fight of good versus evil. Evil always looks like the victor until the King of Kings triumphs.
Quote, here's an aggressive strategy. Why can't the states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and other Republican-controlled state houses declare this as BS and just send their own electors to vote and have it go to the Supreme Court?
All right. Okay. Supreme Court. Okay.
It's very simple. We have multiple paths.
I thought she was gonna get to a point, but it seems like there wasn't any.
Quote, it's very simple. We have multiple paths. We can.
I think Clarence Thomas, the Clarence Thomas situation with his wife, is gonna cause some like new legislation and shit. Cause really, he should get in trouble for that shit. But they can't touch those Supreme Court justices. They're like untouchable. So, but he really should get in trouble for that shit. They're gonna splash this shit all over the news, bruh. This is another thing what I be saying. Whenever there's a story, I say, why is it a story? And why is this such a big story? I mean, okay, it was smoky. So what they say, like 20 people got hurt. Nobody died. Why is this such a huge story?
The attempt on the Capitol, the last time it did happen, like that was pretty much a coup that happened in our government early on in our government. The reason why there's a United States today is because of a coup that happened when they, I guess you could say, people stormed the Capitol, but you know they're scared because they know that the shit that they're doing is really is deserving of that type of behavior, and they want to continue doing what they're doing. So like they're really worried that it's gonna, next time it'll be worse.
Well, I think it's all political, and they're gonna use this shit politically in as many ways as they can. And they automatically talk about the guns, so they're gonna be saying take no guns. They're gonna say more police. This is all just reasons for that.
Is there no reality to this? Like you just think it's just like so the Democrats sit people in there to go throw shit on the walls and do what they did just so that they can get more security. Is that what you're saying?
Well, ultimately what I was saying was it was the distraction from what was happening with the governor and lieutenant governor and the corruption and shit. And so, but what I'm saying on top of that is that they're going to use that for the gun control stuff too, and they're going to use it to add more police. So it's just perfect.
Well, unless they can change the Constitution without any recourse, that'll never happen.
Yeah, but what it is everybody got agendas, right? And they trying to push them through. Like the people who has been trying to push Roe versus Wade back since way back in the day. Since Roe versus Wade hit, they've been trying to push it back. The Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, all that shit. They're trying to push back and have been. So what I'm saying is you have agendas, long-term agendas. And whether they're gonna get it done or not, they're not thinking like that. They're thinking like, I'm gonna do what I can to try to get this done. And they're thinking like we're gonna eventually get this done.
Well, yeah, but the thing about that, because that there's people that's ready to stand up and some willing to fight for the rights that we deserve, or here in America, as far as the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, like they're truly afraid to really try to make the steps that they truly want to. I don't know if it's one party or both, but either way, they're afraid to take those steps because they know that if the people come up against them, I mean, you're looking at 350 million people. Even if we cut that in half, or even into a third or fourth of it, like they're done. Like, I mean, we cancel them out and create, reestablish our country. Like, they know that that's very possible to happen because there's a bunch of constitutionalists in this country. Some of y'all don't give a shit about it, but some of us live by it.
What the fuck is that in that water?
It was a fish, just a big fish, I think. Really big fish.
That looked like somewhere in Oregon or something. That looked like the Dales going through Oregon. Literally.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of. It looks like one of those. You know how, like in your fish tank, the cleaner fish, the one that's the sucker fish,
the algae eater.
Yeah, it looks like a big one of those. That's what it looks like to me. I can't identify the fish.
What they call them? I'm trying to.
Reciprocalist, some shit.
Yeah, I can't think of it right now.
That look like them fish out there that's like out in Florida. What do they call them? Are they the ones that are literally like a lot of people in Florida get injured by them?
You talking about garfish?
Yeah, the gar.
Yeah, they just like, they call them alligator gar because they look like a damn alligator. They're not, but they're not. They're a fish. Yeah, I know them very well because I used to go fishing with my grandpa on Trinity River and shit. And they like to use them old little fishing boats. If you're from the country, you know what I'm talking about. It's like a tinfoil can. And it has a motor and it has rows, but it's just a little fucking boat, little metal boat. And so the edge of the water will be right there on the edge of the boat. That's how those boats are. And you gotta fucking stay balanced on them holes. And anyways, I remember fishing and the water being right there on the edge of the boat and the damn garfish flipping because they're fish. So they flip around just like fish do. And they flipping around right there next to the damn boat. And like, I'm scared as hell one of them damn things gonna accidentally flip right into the damn boat. Cause damn,
Florida, that shit happen all the time, bro. Folks that got like them little creeks that run behind their house with their little boat docks and shit, they go riding their jet skis through there, and damn gar come jumping out the water and hit them right in the chest. Like, I've seen several videos of that shit.
Yeah, I fucking I don't like them damn things. I don't want if one of them hook my line, I'm cutting that hell. I'm not even finna wrestle with that nigga. I'm not finna wrestle with that dude, bro. I'm cutting the line and I'm cutting my losses and I'm moving on with my life. You can have the hook and the bait or whatever the hell.
Pretty good, man.
People eat gar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had it before. Pretty good.
Don't they? It's something about them, right? Like they bleed out, so you gotta like, kind of like sharks, right? Like, cause I know people eat sharks, but it's like special way you gotta do it. Like you gotta bleed them out right away after you kill them. You have to kill them and then bleed them out so the meat won't be nasty. Is gar like that? Because I know there's a reason why people don't. Yeah. I don't really know.
I'm not too sure on that. But my favorite fish to eat is other than like I love white perch, but my favorite one is red snapper and sea bass and trout. Only thing is trout is kind of small. But
Yeah.
You can get
You rich. The trout don't be costing that much, but them damn that sea bass and that damn what was the other one you said? Them hoes.
Yeah, red snapper is expensive.
That shit expensive. I like flounder. That's my favorite fish to eat. I just had some earlier today. I went to a restaurant and had flounder.
White perch is super cheap, bro. Most people that go fishing off of like Livingston, Lake Livingston and shit like that, they catch a lot of white perch.
I was about to say I don't see myself buying perch because like you catch like that's so common.
Yeah, perch is cheap, like, but
Exactly.
it is good though, bro. You take a perch and just gut them out real good,
Oh, yeah.
clean them up real good,
Oh, yeah.
and fry, stuff it with some bell pepper and onion, a little salt and pepper, and deep fry it. No batter. They're pretty good.
I've eaten them, and I've eaten like all the different kinds of fish because you know shit. And people from Louisiana, bro, they don't distinguish, bro. It's like we keeping everything. We don't care how big it is, and we eating that shit.
Nah, that ain't true, bro. I can't let you talk about my folks like that.
We keeping
That
everything.
ain't true. That ain't true. They hey,
And we gonna
believe
eat it.
not,
You
folks
gonna
in
like it.
Louisiana, folks in Louisiana are very selective when it come down to their fish. I think folks in Texas eat more catfish than people in Louisiana. I ate more catfish in Texas than I ever did in Louisiana. Louisiana, we ain't eat no fucking catfish. That's bottom feeding ass
Yeah,
fish.
we
didn't eat that
we can
shit.
get any kind of fish, damn near any kind of fish we want.
That's because y'all spoiled as fuck. Shit, we don't have that many damn selections. So y'all probably right about that.
Okay,
I don't really like
stop,
catfish that much,
See, a
but I
motherfucker like that
so
got
stop
a lot
talking
of
shit about
drama.
Louisiana.
A
Or is you
motherfucker like that.
or you low key hate?
A motherfucker like, hey, go back real quick, Chaka.
you know my mama from Louisiana. I love Louisiana. The
Go
most
back real
beautiful
quick.
people on the planet come from Louisiana, and the best food is made in
See
Louisiana.
you see her right there, real soft ass thighs, soft thighs, and that like motherfucker like that got a bunch of drama, good, and you know she drama, but you keep going back because it's fire, some devastating ass, like, bro.
Man, I would stay on the phone with y'all, but I got a damn job to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna have
gotta
to
work.
wrap it. We can
Me
wrap it
too,
right
bro.
now. Yeah. Let me read Doc's comment right quick. He says, "Ever hear the one about the girl that went on a fishing trip with 5 guys and came back with a big red snapper?"
Doc
See,
crazy.
that's gonna get us in trouble. Trying to get us in trouble.
Oh shit.
Disclaimers, not this show is not for kids. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it. Thank y'all for joining. Hopefully I'll do a better show tomorrow. I felt like I was all over the place today. I'm gonna do it. Wednesday show kind of be like that though, because I'll be having so many thoughts and I'll be having the whole week's worth of shows ready to go. So then I'll be like, I don't know exactly what I want to cover.
Looks like
But
that might be pretty
anyways,
good.
yeah, that shit is
I
delicious.
don't know what kind of food, what kind of fish that was.
It was,
but,
yeah. It's damn it, they showed it. That looks like a striped bass. The meat doesn't look that good. He had to clean it a lot. But that's what cares about a chef, you know. The cook makes something out of nothing sometimes, you know. You don't have
too bad.
You make the best. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm just saying. You make the best. A really good cook makes, you know, he can have leftovers in the fridge and he'll make it into something.
Yeah. Where you at, brother? Gone.
Where I'm at?
Midwest, East Coast.
Oh, I'm in North Illinois. I got a delivery in Stuttgart, some weird town in Wisconsin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you on Eastern time. So you are an hour ahead of us.
Nah,
No,
he's central.
I'm Central. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, y'all. Well, I like to ask that question because I'll be keeping you up and then be other time zones and shit. That shit crazy.
I like that green against her skin tone, bro.
Bro, I hope your wife's
green
not
looks
watching this
good as
show.
Nah, man, I comment all the time. I'm just saying the green. I ain't saying I mess with none. I'm just saying. But yeah, the green against her skin tone do look good though.
So you would make that comment in front of your wife?
Yeah. My wife point them out to her. She be like, babe, look at her ass. I'd be like, oh.
Yeah, that's how it was with me and Anaya's mom. We were like that.
My wife not like that, bro. She know I ain't going nowhere. I just talk shit. I ain't finna do nothing.
All right, y'all.
I
Peace
will.
and love. You're not married no more, so they don't count.
Yeah, you free game, doc. Do what you want to do, doc. Pat.
Yeah, you free.
I could have done
Free
it when
man.
I was married.
Yeah.
You sound like Keisha Cole. I should have cheated.
No, I could have cheated. If it wouldn't be cheating, because I mean,
yeah, I get it. Chaka sitting there, he thinking about his life now.
I know. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You read my mind. Cause it be stuff that Pat be saying. It be stuff he be saying.
This nigga thinking
He having
about
me
his
reflecting on my whole life.
I fucked up with these American bitches.
Shit I've been through. Cause I hear him talking about his situation and I just think to myself and be like, God damn it, these fucking bitches. Ugh.
Shit. That nigga Chaka ain't getting no more American.
I'm done, son. It's a wrap. Yeah, we gotta wrap it. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for commenting. Like, share, and subscribe. I'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have a better show than we did today.
All right, bro.
All right, y'all.
All right.
Peace and love, right?
All right.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace.